Chapter 1152. After briefly explaining the reason for his escape, Han Fei went straight to the back mountain of the Thug Academy. At this moment, Han Fei squatted beside Jiu Yinling with a solemn expression. Jiu Yinling was seriously injured. Her internal organs were severely damaged, and there were signs of her being crippled. However, it was obvious that someone had helped her. She must have eaten a lot of spiritual fruits. Otherwise, she would have been crippled by now. However, even if she wasn't crippled now, her foundation was damaged and needed time to recuperate. When she saw Han Fei, Jiu Yinling said with a pale face, "I'm fine." "Fine my ass." Han Fei frowned and threw out a few divine healing techniques. Only then did he see that Jiu Yinling's face looked better. Luo Xiaobai said, because of Jiu Yinling, the Jiu family was attacked by the big families. I heard that Senior Jiu Yinlai was crippled. Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly and suppressed his anger. I see. I'll remember what happened. When the time comes, I'll get my revenge. Next to the hot pot, Han Fei picked up a large piece of fish, stuffed it into his mouth, and said, "Just like you can't remember anything after leaving the ideal palace, I can't remember anything either. But I'm strong anyway." After all, Han Fei entered the ideal palace with them. What exactly did he experience? Luo Xiaobai and the others didn't know either. Han Fei kept bragging, but no one knew. At this time, the big families didn't know what Han Fei experienced in the ideal palace. Why did Han Fei become so strong? Unfortunately, those who entered the ideal palace didn't remember anything inside after coming out. Therefore, those big families could investigate. What kind of opportunities did Han Fei obtain inside? Everything was a mystery. However, it was obvious that many heavenly talents of the big families died in the ideal palace. Because of this, there were many suspicions among the big families. It was also quite controversial whether or not there were people who were working with the Thug Academy. At this moment, Han Fei sensed the surroundings and suddenly said, "Release your souls. I'll teach you a new language." Luo Xiaobai and the others were puzzled, then looked at the void and nodded slightly. After a moment, Han Fei said in Jotun, "Let's not talk about where this language came from. In the next few days, we have to find a way to escape. Because I'm a peak-level law enforcer, although this balance seems to be still, it has actually been broken. I have to run. If I don't run, I won't be able to become an explorer." Luo Xiaobai nodded. "I agree. Your growth rate is simply too fast. If it were me, I would have kept an eye on you. Right now, there must be someone watching you." Zhang Xuanyu said, "How? Will Senior Ren help us escape?" Lu Renquang said, "Probably not. There are so many supremacies watching." Han Fei shrugged and said, "I don't know. He told us to wait to be rescued." Jiu Yinling's eyelids trembled slightly. She didn't say anything and just listened quietly. Just now, she saw the scene of Han Fei's attack. However, due to her injuries, she did not go out. She still couldn't believe it. Had Han Fei become the strongest person in the Thug Academy in such a short time? She thought to herself, "Those people all say that I cultivate fast, but in fact Han Fei is the fastest." It was precisely because of Han Fei's extremely high talent that the big clans in the 1,000-star city didn't tolerate him. Could he really intervene in a battle of this level? Han Fei said, "So what should we do?" "Let's just wait." Luo Xiaobai was silent for a while and said, "We can't wait to die. No one knows how many supremacies there are in the 1,000-star city. How many can Uncle Han hold back? We don't know either. Senior Rin should be able to hold back 3. The President and Senior Uncle Jiang may come, but it's useless for them to come. There are many explorers in the 1,000-star city. So, once they come, it means that they also have the strength to resist the supremacies for a short time." Everyone looked at Luo Xiaobai. Han Fei was stunned. "So," Luo Xiaobai said, "they're not strong enough. It's hard to say whether they can save us or not. Also, the purpose of the Thug Academy, sending us here, should be to find a way to enter the Divine Palace. It seems that we haven't done it yet, right? Han Fei hesitated for a moment. Well, actually, I think we might have done it. Swish! Swish! Everyone looked at Han Fei. What do you mean you did it? How did you do it? Han Fei said with a bitter smile. It's complicated, but the so-called path has never been complicated. The problem is that we can't enter the Divine Palace casually. Old Han has long told me that there are Explorer-level puppets everywhere. The question is, do you think Old Bai really asked us to come to the 1,000-star city to find a way? Luo Xiaobai's heart did a flip. What do you mean? Zhang Xuanyu said in surprise. What else? Han Fei said, I always feel that something is wrong. In fact, I feel that he still wants us to go to the Ideal Palace, right? Tell me, what happened after you came out of the Ideal Palace? Luo Xiaobai nodded. After I came out, I became a law enforcer, but I don't know how I made the breakthrough. Han Fei scratched his head. I don't know why. He always felt that this matter still had something to do with him. Han Fei was sure that his reincarnation and the so-called reincarnated soul realm were not the same place at all. For Luo Xiaobai and the others, the Ideal Palace might be a place to practice. Perhaps the real reincarnated soul realm should be to become a law enforcer. But for him, this was not the case. If there were no big clans hunting him, he would still meet Shimin Linglan after entering the 5th soul realm. Shimin Linglan's battle for the mountain didn't succeed. Human beings would be defeated. After the defeat, what would happen next? Would he be recognized? Would he have to enter the reincarnation in the end? Besides, there should be a follow-up story for the human beings in the reincarnation and other races, right? After all, when he seized the City of Justice, there was no sea god statue. Then what were people like his mother doing at that time? Also, in the prehistoric soul realm, when he transformed into a giant ape, how could the beasts fight with the fleeing human beings? It was reasonable to say that with his appearance, the 100,000 mountains should be the first to know some of the situation in the future. Since there was a battle, the human ship he saw at that time seemed to have found a way out. Who were the people and races that had escaped the calamity? Han Fei didn't know. Han Fei also sighed at the moment about Shimin Linglan's fate, because no matter what, everything she had experienced had already happened in the past. No matter how regretful Han Fei was, he couldn't change anything now. The Ideal Palace left many unsolved mysteries. Han Fei couldn't figure it out. When there was a chance, he would still have to go to the Ideal Palace to take a look. If he could enter the 5th soul realm, would there be a time paradox? Han Fei, Han Fei. Hearing Luo Xiaobai calling him, Han Fei suddenly came back to his senses. Oh, let me put it this way. The president probably saw that the Scattered Stars Island didn't have much effect on our experience, so he just wanted us to find a safe place to practice. However, he didn't expect that I would make a breakthrough too fast and implicate everyone. Smack! Zhang Xuanyu patted Han Fei. We're brothers. Don't mention it. Anyway, the 1,000-star city has come. The law enforcers have been defeated, and we've been to the 3 holy lands. It's not a loss. Lu Renquang nodded repeatedly. I don't want to come. I still want to stay on the sea. Luo Xiaobai looked at Yi Xian and the others, who were eating hot pot at the side, and said via voice transmission, the problem is that we can't just wait here. Since the battle is already like this today, I wonder if there's a way to create a greater turmoil? Create an opportunity for Senior Ren and the others? Zhang Xuanyu asked suspiciously, can we run away from the Venerable's eyes with a greater turmoil? Lu Renquang said, let's change our faces. We can change our faces and leave. Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. Are you an idiot? That's the Venerable. How can you change your face and leave? Even if you become an iron-head fish, you can't run away. Han Fei pondered for a long time and suddenly waved to Yi Xian. Yan Yan, come here. Qialu. Yi Xian and the others had been paying attention to this side. They were really dumbfounded. They had just entered the school, and the school was already fighting with the big families of the 1,000-star city. Senior brother, what's the matter? Han Fei smiled and said, Yan Yan, can you still get in touch with your father and mother? Yi Xian shook her head. The two of them ran away to give birth to their second child. I won't be able to find them. Han Fei said leisurely, really? Han Fei waved his hand and asked Yi Xian to continue eating hot pot. After pondering for a moment, Han Fei took a breath. Xiao Bai, if you return to the Luo family, will you be in trouble? Luo Xiao Bai frowned. What do you mean? Han Fei said, I'll arrange it one by one. In fact, it's not difficult to leave. It's me, not you. If you can leave, I can find a way to escape with peace of mind. Zhang Xuanyu said, No, let's go together. Lu Renkuang nodded. If they left and Han Fei wanted to leave, wouldn't a full-scale war break out? Han Fei said, Let's wait and see. After the meal, Han Fei lay on a tree trunk, preoccupied. He was now more and more suspicious. Why did they come to the Thousand-Star City? I'm afraid it's not as simple as looking for the entrance to the Divine Palace, is it? After so many years, the real powerhouses of the Thousand-Star City actually had several ways to go to the Divine Palace. It would be impossible for them to say that they didn't know. It was not that they didn't know how to go, but that they didn't have the ability to go. Just now, judging from Run Tianfei's calm tone, he didn't seem to be worried at all. Therefore, Han Fei swept away the gloominess in his heart and stopped thinking about this problem. He'd better wait and see what happened in the next 2 days. Since Han Fei came out of the ideal palace, he hadn't fully understood his own situation. Looking at his mind, a small vine in the demon purification pot had withered, which made Han Fei's heart sink. It seemed that the price of forcibly deducing the 6th level of the void fishing art was not small. He didn't know how much spiritual energy it would take to make this little vine go back. At this moment, information emerged in his mind. Owner, Han Fei, level greater than 69, peak level law enforcer, spiritual energy 432-5681-99999, spiritual power 18696/18696, perception range greater than 942 kilometers, law enforcer, invincible, power greater than 52 waves, first spiritual heritage, level 9, high quality. Second spiritual heritage, unawakened, first spiritual beast, twin yin-yang spirit, swallowing fish, level 59, second spiritual beast, unawakened, main art, void fishing art, level 6. Sky stealing technique, venerable level, divine. Quality, when he saw this information, Han Fei was slightly stunned. When he was reincarnated, he was actually a recultivator. Since he was a recultivator, there were many things that he didn't cultivate. Therefore, at that time, whether it was spiritual energy, spiritual power, perception range, or strength, they were relatively different. In particular, he took the spiritual heritage, stealing fruit, by mistake. Even he didn't realize it until he woke up. He didn't know if it was a coincidence or if he was destined to take this spiritual fruit. But his spiritual heritage became level 9 without him knowing it. He used to want to improve his spiritual heritage, but now he didn't need to. His spiritual heritage was full. However, after Wang Han merged with his body, his strength didn't increase much, especially in terms of strength. Although it was more than 10 times stronger than when he entered the ideal palace, it was only a little stronger than when he was reincarnated. Although they were both peak-level law enforcers, the strength of a normal heavenly talent could also reach more than 40 waves. Han Fei suspected that he hadn't fully adapted to it yet. Perhaps he still needed a period of consolidation to completely stabilize his strength. Since he needed to do that, Han Fei wasn't in a hurry. He had just become a peak-level law enforcer and still had a long way to go. He didn't have time to study the sky-stealing technique in the future. He'd better wait until he left the Thousand-Star City. After experiencing a reincarnation, Han Fei saw the nature of the big clans clearly. Therefore, these big clans must be destroyed. These big clans were like cancer in today's human society, almost squeezing all the fishermen under the rule of the Thousand-Star City dry. If Han Fei wanted to be the king and rule this region, this tumor had to be removed. Shimin Linglan's City of Justice had set a good example for Han Fei, and Shimin Linglan's path, in a sense, was also the path that he wanted to take. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1153. In the evening, someone from the aristocratic families came to send resources. They gave as much as Han Fei asked for, without even making a counteroffer. Han Fei sneered in his heart. Do you think you can take back what you gave? In your dreams. Looking at the people who came to pick her up, Yang Nanchi shouted, Let's go, let's go. Have you picked up my arm? Miss, it's been picked up. Let's go back and pick it up immediately. Yang Nanchi didn't want to stay in the Thug Academy for a second longer. When Han Fei and the others were eating hot pot, she always felt that Han Fei would eat her in the hot pot. At this moment, when her family came to pick her up, she was so excited that she wanted to cry. She was a heavenly talent, but she was defeated so miserably and thoroughly. Of course, Yang Nanchi was still a little comforted. Chu Qinyan was even more miserable. She was about to be chopped into pieces. What top 10 heavenly talents? At this moment, in Yang Nanchi's eyes, she sneered. She now had a new goal, which was to put Han Fei out of her goal. She had to defeat the so-called top 10 heavenly talents first. Compared to Yang Nanchi, who didn't have much hatred, Chu Qingyan's eyes were full of anger. Next to the explorer, she said coldly, Han Fei, one day you will regret it. Han Fei grinned and took 2 steps forward, making the explorer tense up, fearing that Han Fei would go crazy again. Han Fei sneered. Don't worry, I won't attack you again. Chu Qingyan, right? Originally, I wanted to kill you. But do you know why I didn't kill you? Regardless of what she wanted to answer, Han Fei said, because in my eyes, you are a pile of resources. I can exchange you for a huge amount of resources. And, to be honest, you're not even qualified to be my opponent now. If I don't die, there will be a demon in your heart. Maybe I can make more money from you in the future. In your dreams. Han Fei shrugged and waved his hand. Get lost. When Chu Qingyan and the other 2 were picked up, Han Fei's smile slightly sank. Luo Xiaobai said solemnly, They gave us resources without hesitation. Something is wrong. Han Fei nodded. For them, maybe they just want to keep the resources with us and think that they can take them back at any time. Zhang Xuanyu sighed. Doesn't that mean that they can make a move at any time? It seems like they're really going to shed all pretense of cordiality. Suddenly, Han Fei noticed that someone had come from outside the school, and it was someone he knew. The 5th Glimmer? Han Fei frowned. Him again? Han Fei said, Someone is coming. Everyone was stunned. Someone still came to visit at this time? At the school gate, when Han Fei saw the 5th Glimmer, Luo Xiaobai said, The 5th Glimmer from the Sea Cloud Tower is very strong. Of course Han Fei knew that. How could this fellow not be strong when facing experts from the prodigy role? Seeing Han Fei and the others come out, 5th Glimmer immediately cupped his hands and smiled. Sea Cloud Tower, 5th Glimmer is here to visit. Luo Xiaobai was confused. What is it? Diwu Haiguang took a look and said, Why don't I see any juniors from your school? I'm here to find them. Zhang Xuanyu raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Diwu Haiguang grinned and said, It's like this. Every time the Heavenly Fire Festival, our Sea Cloud Tower will stage a breakthrough battle. We sincerely invite the heavenly talents of the major academies to help us fight. I've long heard that the Thug Academy only has heavenly talents. How can the Sea Cloud Tower miss it? For some reason, Zhang Xuanyu didn't seem to like this person very much, so he immediately said, Why should I go? It's not the Heavenly Sword Sect. Your Sea Cloud Tower is at the bottom. I'm not going. Wait a minute. Before Diwu Haiguang spoke, Han Fei suddenly interrupted. Zhang Xuanyu and the others looked at Han Fei curiously. At this moment, everyone was planning how to run away. If Yi Xian and the others fought, how could they run away? Diwu Haiguang looked at Han Fei with a smile. Han Fei grinned. What's in it for helping the disciples of your sea cloud tower fight? Diwu Haiguang smiled. Helping others is also helping yourself. Han Fei pointed to himself and said, Look at me. Can I help them? The corners of Diwu Haiguang's mouth twitched. Brother Han, you must be joking. Others may not know about today's battle, but who doesn't? You'd better forget it. I'm afraid that something will go wrong. Han Fei said, If our academy goes to help, there must be a teacher leading the team, right? Are we going to let the 5 kids go? Diwu Haiguang said indifferently, The Sea Cloud Tower is one of the 7 major academies, so we will naturally take care of the safety of your disciples. Speaking of this, Luo Xiaobai's eyes changed slightly. The meaning behind those words was strange. Was the Sea Cloud Tower going to help him? Han Fei thought for a moment. Okay, the Thug Academy has always been friendly and likes to help others. Yan Yan, Daji, Gucci. Come out. Zhang Xuanyu said, Fei, what do you mean? Han Fei replied, Didn't they say that helping them in battle is equivalent to exchanging and learning? After a while, Yixian and the others came out. Han Fei said, Xingyue, the Sea Cloud Tower specially invited you to participate in the Skyfire Festival and gain experience. You are all experts of the same generation. So don't disgrace the Thug Academy. Also, when you arrive at the Sea Cloud Tower, don't make trouble for me. Listen to this 5th senior brother's arrangement. Huh. Xingyue frowned. Why are we going to the Sea Cloud Tower now? Yixian said, Darling, are you going? Zhang Xuanyu's face changed. Shut up. That's a low-level experience. Just go. Han Fei said, Okay, it's settled. Diwu Haiguang waved her hand and a fishing boat appeared. Let's go. Next time I have a chance, I have to spar with Han Fei. Han Fei smiled. Okay. Su Daji was still looking at Han Fei, and Han Fei frowned. What are you looking at? There are no toys this time. Find your own toys to play with. Xingyue seemed to realize something and immediately said, Let's go. After Diwu Haiguang left, Han Fei looked up at the sky and said indifferently, Xiaobai, will the Sea Cloud Tower steal the disciples of the Thug Academy? Of course, he didn't say this to Luo Xiaobai, but to some people with ulterior motives. Luo Xiaobai rolled her eyes. So what? We'll get them back later. Luo Rinquang was dumbfounded. Only the 5 of us are left? Li Luo hasn't come out yet. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. Ignore her. She doesn't have a strong presence. Let her play in the ideal palace. Seeing that Su Daji and the others were taken to the Sea Cloud Tower, Juinling's heart tightened. As long as one wasn't an idiot, they could tell that the Sea Cloud Tower had helped them. However, the Sea Cloud Tower didn't want to get involved too deeply, so they only protected the 5 juniors. Luo Xiaobai and the others were also curious. Why would this sect, which had always had a low presence, help them? If someone were to help, it should be the Heavenly Sword sect, right? Han Fei seemed to have some guesses in his heart. In the ideal palace, Diwu Haiguang had helped him twice. Including this time, it had been 3 times. There was a saying, the person you helped might not necessarily help you. However, those who helped you would help you again. At this point, Han Fei was sure that there was something wrong with the Sea Cloud Tower. In this world, there was no help for no reason. Perhaps the Sea Cloud Tower was either related to Old Han or the Thug Academy, but the probability of it being related to Ren Tianfei seemed low. This time, the Sea Cloud Tower dared to help, which also meant that the Sea Cloud Tower had a venerable level powerhouse, and it might be a relatively strong one. No matter who the Sea Cloud Tower had a secret relationship with. Fortunately, it solved a problem for Han Fei. Without Su Daiji and the other 4, their mobility would be even stronger. The next day, 1,000-star Skyfire Festival. The temperature in the air was 30% higher than yesterday. The spiritual energy skyrocketed, and so did the energy. Han Fei was lying in the treehouse, thinking about what would happen next. Lu Renquang was cooking under the tree. Zhang Xuanyu shouted under Han Fei's tree, "Fei Fei, why are you cultivating all the time now? The surrounding spiritual energy and energy are all floating to you." Han Fei grinned. Level 9 spiritual heritage. Even if I don't cultivate, it will automatically absorb spiritual energy and energy to temper my physique. What the F***CK can I do? Lu Renquang shouted. It's time to eat. Next to the hot pot, seeing that Jiuyin had basically recovered, Han Fei cast the divine healing technique on her and said, "Your foundation is damaged, but it's not a big problem. Just take some time and slowly make up for it." Jiuyin was a little absent-minded and grunted softly. Today, Lu Renquang cooked a pot of sea cucumbers in the pot. Han Fei looked at him in astonishment. "Are you going to make up for it?" Lu Renquang chuckled. "Today is special. I'll make up for it. Wait." Suddenly, they all looked up at the sky. In the void, there was a vague, ethereal movement, like the sound of an immortal. Jiuyin said, This time it's a little loud. In the past, it was very hard to hear and only appeared during the Skyfire Festival." Han Fei scratched his head and didn't feel anything. However, it was quite strange. How did the Thousand Star City Skyfire Festival come about? Slurp, slurp. Lu Renquang and Zhang Xuanyu were already gorging themselves, and Han Fei immediately joined the battle. Luo Xiaobai took a few bites casually, and Jiuyin only picked up some side dishes. The meal lasted for half an hour. Rumble! Suddenly, the clear sky exploded. A terrifying explosion rang out from who knew how many miles away. "Ha ha ha! Bastards, I'm back!" Swish! Swish! Han Fei and the others all got up. Is it going to start just like that? It's going to start so casually? Han Fei scanned with his perception. About 800 kilometers away from the Thug Academy, the void shook and a battle took place. "Old Demon Rin, you're going to die today. Rin Tianfei, you can't do it more than 3 times. This time, if you can escape again, I'll write my surname backwards." His voice shook and resounded throughout the Thousand Star City. However, this time, only 3 of them chased after him. The big clans were not idiots. They had already informed each other to guard their clans with all their might. Many prodigies had gone to the Thousand Star testing grounds to train in order to avoid this battle. Above the Thug Academy, Han Guanchu's figure suddenly appeared. Second update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1154. He was still elegant and calm, and his hands were still behind his back. Han Fei was shocked. "Wait, old Han, why are you here? That's not how you save people." As soon as Han Fei said so, the void was blocked, and 3 venerables appeared. One was holding a long sword that flickered with scorching light. One had a flood dragon behind him, and the last's body was deformed like a bird's claws with black wings. Han Guanchu glanced at Han Fei indifferently. "Saving people depends on your strength. Stay here." Someone sneered. "Han Guanchu, you've come to the Thousand Star City, and you still want to leave." The Birdman grinned hideously. "I have been waiting for you for a long time." Chilla. Han Guanchu casually tore open a void crack. "You've deduced the heavenly void divine walking technique. You're neither a human nor a bird. You're really useless." In the blink of an eye, the 4 of them, including Han Guanchu, all disappeared into the void crack. Luo Xiaobai suddenly said, "Something's wrong. Are they here to save us?" Han Fei was also dumbfounded. After a long time, he said, "It seems that we're just bait." Lu Renquang looked serious. "Aren't we bait?" Luo Xiaobai took a deep breath. "No, we don't seem to be bait for the big clans, but Uncle Han and the others." Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "No, I don't quite understand. What do you mean?" Luo Xiaobai explained, Senior Rin, Uncle Han, and the Thug Academy set up a trap together. Then, the president sent us here as bait. Han Fei was stunned. Then isn't it? Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, old Bayan, old Jiang tore open the void above the Thug Academy and came over. Old Jiang laughed. Brats, we're here to save you. Han Fei's lips twitched. Do you believe what you just said? Luo Xiaobai was a little suspicious of the IQ of these two old men. President, just the two of you? Swish, swish, swish. Hundreds of void cracks suddenly appeared above the Thug Academy. In the Sioux family of the Pure Sun Island, the two explorers were watching the situation. Seeing the tremors, he roared, Quick, everyone, evacuate Pure Sun Island. In fact, as soon as the Venerable's voice reverberated, countless fishing boats had already taken off from the Pure Sun Island. Don't ask why. Half of Pure Sun Island was reduced to ruins during the Battle of the Thug Academy. This kind of experience was only known to the older generation. The legs of Su Laoqing and another explorer of the Su family were trembling. Was the tragedy of the past going to happen again? However, many of the people who walked out of the void above the Thug Academy were wearing black robes and white faceless masks. Hiss! Han Fei and the others gasped. Faceless man? Han Fei was shocked. So many faceless explorers. Zhang Xuanyu took a deep breath. Is the faceless man so strong? Lu Renquang was dumbfounded. Uncle Faceless, aren't you just a law enforcer? Why are there so many explorers here? What they didn't notice was that Zhu Yinling wasn't surprised at all. She was as calm as usual. When the faceless man appeared, the explorers of the big clans were also surprised. What's going on? Where did so many faceless men come from? Someone shouted in a low voice. Not good. This is the long-planned plot of the Thug Academy. Old Bai cursed. You didn't realize it until now. It's too late. Kill. The sky was in chaos. Old Jiang shouted and activated a circular array. Tens of thousands of sword lights burst out from the array, tearing the sky and the earth apart. Of the 100 explorers, some had entered the void, and some had directly started fighting. In an instant, the sky rumbled incessantly. The beginning was already so explosive. Old Jiang shouted, Han Fei, this is not your battlefield. Let's go. Swish! A faceless man appeared directly in front of Han Fei and the others. He stretched out one hand, and complicated array patterns appeared. With Han Fei's current understanding of arrays, he could tell at a glance that this was a long-distance teleportation array. The man chuckled. Are you surprised? I don't have time to explain to you now. Go to other battlefields. Everyone was taken aback. There are other battlefields. Han Fei suddenly said, Junior Uncle Faceless. Haha, cut the crap. Come on. The teleportation array had been opened, and several explorers descended. Junior Uncle Faceless pushed them away and roared, Get lost! Although they didn't understand what was going on, they realized in an instant that this was actually not a battle where the enemy was strong, but a battle where the enemy was evenly matched. Han Fei said without hesitation, Let's go. Hum. When the 5 of them appeared, they found that they were on a large island full of rivers. Han Fei scanned with his perception and found that there were 6 battles across nearly 1,000 kilometers. The places where the battles were happening were all places where the big residences gathered, and the people who were fighting were all faceless men. At this moment, Han Fei realized that it wasn't the venerables of the 1,000-star city who were hunting old Han and Ran Tianfei, but the 2 of them who were actively restraining the enemies and creating opportunities for the faceless men. Marshal Uncle Faceless shouted, This is revenge and also a long-planned rebellion. The so-called catastrophe of the Thug Academy was actually provoked by us. Our goal is to destroy the big clans of the 1,000-star city in one fell swoop. Let's sweep the places one by one. Zhang Xuanyu immediately laughed. You scared me. So can we rob them now? Faceless smiled wickedly. Han Fei, you did a good job. If you hadn't attracted everyone's attention and made them mistakenly think that we were only here to save people, they wouldn't have noticed the trap we set. Humph, we beat them at their own game. Han Fei and the others rushed all the way to the place where the battles were happening. Although Han Fei felt his blood boiling, he was still full of doubts. Junior Uncle Faceless and the others must have been preparing for a long time, right? But he still felt that something was wrong. Was all this based on him being too strong and dazzling? Han Fei couldn't help but ask Junior Uncle Faceless, "How did you know that I would attract everyone's attention? What if I kept a low profile?" Faceless sneered. "You? Low profile?" Han Fei's face was black. "Even if I didn't keep a low profile, what if I couldn't defeat them in the first place?" Faceless grinned. "You have to ask your father." The distance of a few hundred kilometers was covered in the blink of an eye. What Han Fei saw was a powerful mansion of the Qin family, and a faceless expert was fighting with the people of the Qin family in the sky. Junior Uncle Faceless said, "The Qin family is a subsidiary family of the Sun family. They only kill explorers." Han Fei roared, "Make it quick." Junior Uncle Faceless, "Let's go to the Zhang family next." Swoosh! Han Fei disappeared and rushed out at full speed. He had thought that the Thug Academy was not strong enough to compete with the big families. Who would have thought that his academy was so powerful that it could directly compete with the big families of the Thousand Star City? Was this what old Jiang meant by keeping a low profile? The Qin family was one of the 6 subsidiary families of the Sun family. Qinlong, the leader of the Qin family, was only an intermediate explorer. Therefore, he didn't participate in the battle to hunt the Thug Academy. But who would have thought that disaster would come from the sky while he was sitting at home? Suddenly, a large number of faceless people came out. Except for the explorers who came out by tearing the void, the rest had long been lurking in the Thousand Star City. For example, a high-level law enforcer guest of the Qin family had turned into a faceless man in an instant. In the blink of an eye, several law enforcers of the Qin family were slaughtered. Qinlong shouted while sending a message, "Who are you? You're digging your own grave by making an enemy of the big families of the Thousand Star City." Suddenly, in the void, someone roared, "Don't you know that the Thug Academy has always been a bunch of thugs?" Huh. Qinlong felt his soul shake and his vision blacked out. When he opened his eyes once more, he saw hundreds of beasts charging at him, stepping on the void. While he was stunned, a spear light instantly pierced through his battle suit. Immediately afterward, a bright sword light illuminated the sky. Under the double attack, Qinlong, who had been seriously injured by the 100-beast soul-suppressing roar, was directly cut in half. Behind him, Zhang Xuanyu screamed, "Han Fei! What kind of combat skill is that? Where did you learn it?" That voice is very similar to those creatures in the underground city. But in terms of momentum, it's much more terrifying than those creatures. Luo Xiaobai shouted in a low voice, "Cut the crap. Let's go hunt the law enforcers." Faceless glanced at Han Fei and was a little stunned. This kid is really worthy of being the chosen one. Not only did he grow to become a peak-level law enforcer so quickly, but he could also slaughter explorers. In fact, Han Fei wasn't that strong, but his combat skills were too novel. Others couldn't defend against him. Otherwise, the law enforcers wouldn't kill explorers. Even if they succeeded, they wouldn't do it so casually. At this moment, Han Fei was nowhere to be seen. He had long since slipped into a half-real, half-illusory state and was charging towards another battlefield. At the same time, on the countless floating islands of the Thousand Star City, a large number of faceless people emerged from nowhere and had already fought with the big clans. In this Thousand Star City, during the annual Heavenly Fire Festival, countless people hid in their homes, shivering. Why were there still battles in the Thousand Star City? Where were the law enforcers? Where were the patrol teams? Where were the strong masters? The 7 major sections. The Heavenly Sword Sect. Mu Tianfeng's eyes were unfocused. Is this the counterattack of the Thug Academy? How ambitious they are! A leisurely voice came from the back mountain of the Heavenly Sword sect. Faceless, I think a lot of people from the 7 major sects should have secretly joined, right? Mu Tianfeng smiled bitterly. Doesn't this mean that the ghost ship began to deliberately infiltrate the 1,000-star city when it was in the level 3 fishery? For this battle, the Thug Academy must have prepared for almost 40 years, right? Sword Master, do you know about this? The back mountain was silent for a moment. Yes, the forbidden area of the Chow family. A burly but white-haired strong master suddenly opened his eyes. They want to suppress the 1,000-star city with just 2 venerables? That's not enough. Will old monster Chu come out of seclusion? Third update, asking for monthly votes. You can't run away casually. End of this chapter. Chapter 1155. In just half an hour, the entire 1,000-star city was covered in smoke. The strong fought the sky, and the weak fought the earth. In a short period of time, no less than 30 families had been destroyed. Of course, the destruction referred to here was not all slaughtered, but the death of the strong in battle. After all, if the explorer in charge of a family died, it was basically over. Then, such a family couldn't be called a real family. However, this was just the situation at the beginning of the battle. Explorers were explorers after all. They weren't that easy to kill. At first, it was a surprise. Towards the end, it was a never-ending battle. The Zhang family of the 1,000-star city was a family that controlled all the dragon boats in the level 3 fishery and was known as the richest family in the 1,000-star city. At this moment, Han Fei and the others, plus Uncle Faceless, stood in the void, looking at each other. Logically speaking, the entire 1,000-star city was fighting at this moment. However, in the place where the Zhang family was, there were only a few people fighting. Faceless' voice was slightly hoarse. The faceless people who came first are all dead. There should be at least 3 explorers here, but now there is no one. Humph. Since you're here, don't leave. What do you think the Zhang family is? A gap appeared in the void, and 2 old men with white beards and hair and a middle-aged man surrounded Han Fei and the others in a triangular formation. Han Fei's face changed. Peak-level explorer? This kind of pressure and momentum made Han Fei's face change drastically. Han Fei immediately cursed. Didn't they say that the entire 1,000-star city was in chaos? Why were there so many strong masters in the Zhang family's territory? Almost giving Han Fei and the others no time to escape, the 3 attacked almost at the same time, but not to kill them, but to capture them. When the 3 big hands covered the sky, Han Fei roared and was about to activate the Beast King art. However, suddenly there was a chuckle beside him. I just wanted to try my luck, but I didn't expect to meet 3 peak-level explorers at once. Suddenly, the 3 of them shouted, "Not good, retreat." Ha ha ha, why do you think you can retreat? Aren't you too disrespectful? Han Fei and the others turned their heads, only to see a dry, fleshless palm sticking out of the black robe. Heaven-shattering 8 palms. In the air, 2 skeletal hands reached out and grabbed at the air, freezing the space in place. Han Fei was surprised. The law of time and space? A peak-level explorer roared and summoned a giant tortoise that was as large as a mountain. Its twin blades split the sky. The man's eyes almost popped out. Not good. It's the Thug Patriarch. He's not dead. Second Patriarch, quickly come out of seclusion. As for the other 2, one of them was attached to a wind snake. His arms turned into knives and slashed out with terrifying power. The others couldn't help but close their eyes. Yu Wuji. Lu Renquang panicked. Perhaps his reaction was slow, but he was not shocked by the name of the Thug Patriarch. Han Fei and the others were all stunned. What the hell? Isn't that Uncle Master Faceless? This was clearly the voice of Uncle Faceless. How did it suddenly turn into the voice of the Thug Patriarch? Didn't Old Bai say that the Thug Patriarch had been defeated? If he said that he was poisoned to death, then who was the person beside him? In the blink of an eye, Lu Rinquang's Yuwuji didn't come in handy at all, because big skeleton hands stretched out from the void and seemed to have blocked the void, which was extremely terrifying. Not to mention that he looked like a demon. There was no need to mention that he looked like a devil. If Han Fei hadn't been on his side, he would have thought that this person must be an evil maniac. When the big skeleton hands clasped the giant tortoise was aging at a speed that the naked eye could see, and infinite vitality was crazily devoured. Immortal Li, stop. Immortal Li? Han Fei was stunned again. F***CK. Isn't this the master on the steel of the ideal palace? One was Immortal Li, and the other was Tang Yen. These two people were in the limelight. Above the belly of a mountain somewhere in the Zhang family, a golden light shot straight into the sky. Immediately afterward, the mountain exploded. Mountain rocks collapsed, heaven and earth rumbling, shaking heaven and earth. Seeing this, Han Fei and the others felt their blood freeze. The person who came was not simple. As soon as he came out, he blew up a mountain. Could it be that this person was cultivating in the mountain? However, it made sense. The juniors of the family were calling for help urgently. This person didn't have time to get out of the cave and directly blew up a mountain. As the earth shook and the mountain shook, a virtual light turned into a sword and suddenly appeared in the air. Marshal Uncle Faceless, no, the thug patriarch, grabbed the sword shadow with his two skeletal hands. Crack, crack, crack. Although the giant skeleton hands were broken inch by inch, the sword light couldn't directly penetrate them. On the other hand, the vitality of the 3 peak-level explorers of the Zhang family was being sucked away. The patriarch of the Zhang family hurried over and cracked the void, but now he didn't even kill one of his hands. Ha ha ha! What delicious vitality! Han Fei and the others couldn't help tilting their heads, looking at the thug patriarch, who was laughing gloomily and suspiciously. Was this thug patriarch a good person or a bad person? Zhang, Xuanyu put a hand on Han Fei's shoulder. Hey, I can't. There have been too many ups and downs these days. My brain can't even keep up with the iron-head fish. To everyone's horror, the big turtle was almost sucked dry by the thug patriarch. The 3 peak-level explorers seemed to have aged hundreds of years, all of a sudden. One of them, who was a middle-aged man just now, looked old in the blink of an eye, and his beard and hair began to turn white. Explode! Bam, bam, bam. The power of the explosion of 3 ultra-quality divine weapons was extremely terrifying. In order to survive, how could they care about the safety of the ordinary people within 100 kilometers? Even if they were seriously injured by detonating the ultra-quality divine weapons, they had to explode. Even if they exploded, there was still a chance of survival. In fact, there was no one within 100 kilometers. When the faceless man started the battle, even a fool knew that the farther away from the Zhang family, the better. Some people hid in the cellar of their homes, shivering. However, the possibility of being killed by the shock was absolutely not small. After all, when the mountain collapsed just now, the noise was not small. Within a radius of 7 or 8 kilometers, an earthquake of more than 10 magnitude was inevitable. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying impact shattered 5 or 6 big hands, allowing 2 of them to barely escape. However, the peak-level explorer who attacked first didn't have time to run at all and was stabbed to death by a skeleton finger. The other 2 ran away as fast as they could. Fortunately, their families were rich enough to explode ultra-quality divine weapons. Otherwise, they would have died if they stayed 1 more minute. The thug patriarch said in a hoarse voice, Han Fei, those 2 people have less than 10% of their original strength. Go and kill them. Han Fei was stunned. How can you tell that I can kill peak-level explorers? However, their strength is less than 10%. It seems that I can fight them. It seems that not all the venerables of the 1,000-star city have come out. As soon as he arrived at the Zhang family, another venerable popped up. At this moment, the Venerable scolded angrily. Immortal Li, I didn't expect you to turn into an undead creature. You are indeed a group of thugs. You should be killed. The battle between the Venerables couldn't be fought under the clear sky. In the first confrontation, the two first cracked the void and then went in one after the other. Han Fei and the others were dumbfounded. Luo Xiaobai and the others also took a breath. Are we strong enough to participate in this kind of battle? Lu Renkuang poked Han Fei. Fei Fei, can you still fight those two peak-level explorers? With a swish, Han Fei chased after them. Hey, two old men, don't run. Zhang Xuanyu shouted from behind. Hey, Fei Fei, are you really going? However, Han Fei had disappeared. Zhang Xuanyu looked dumbfounded. What should we do? Luo Xiaobai, who was known for her resourcefulness, was also confused. If you send a law enforcer, we can still fight for a while. But you send two peak-level explorers. How can we fight? Even if the two of them have less than 10% of their original strength, we can't defeat them. However, the few of us are no match for him. If we go up, we will only make trouble. Luo Xiaobai took a breath. Let's catch up with them first. The Zhang family was right in front of them. Han Fei shouted, Two old thieves, don't run back to your house. Don't blame me if the ordinary people of your Zhang family are involved in the fight. Humph, you little thieves, you're courting death. The two of them looked at each other. As peak-level explorers, how could they be chased by a peak-level law enforcer? Wouldn't they laugh their heads off if they knew about this? The two of them turned around and saw a big octopus pouncing on Han Fei. One of them said, Han Fei, why do we need to deal with you? Han Fei grinned. You want to kill me with a contractual spiritual beast? Then let's have another one. Oh no, a ballfish appeared. This was the first time that Han Fei had seen such a strong master use such a low-level creature as a ballfish. However, Han Fei soon discovered that something was wrong. The thorns on this ballfish gave him a palpitating feeling. Han Fei immediately cursed. This thug patriarch doesn't seem to be reliable. After all, there are two peak-level explorers. Even if they are weak, their contractual spiritual beasts won't be weak. Han Fei's figure suddenly changed in midair. A black thunder leopard with a length of more than 20 meters appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, the two peak-level explorers, as well as Luo Xiaobai and the others who were chasing behind them, were stunned. What kind of trick is this? Lightning flash! The thunder leopard turned into a lightning arc, and wherever it passed, thunder exploded. Swish, swish, swish. The thorns all over the sky shuttled through the void. Han Fei was surprised to find that wherever the thorns of the ball fish covered, the void was blocked, which was equivalent to the power of a domain. However, this was not a problem for Han Fei. With a shake of his body, Han Fei performed the star teleportation technique and appeared in the distance. The two peak-level explorers said in surprise, the star teleportation technique of the Yi family. Han Fei didn't intend to fight with the two contractual spiritual beasts. As long as he killed the master, the contractual spiritual beasts would also die. Swish, swish. Suddenly, a terrifying suction force fell on Han Fei through the void. It was the suckers of the big octopus that were igniting the blood in Han Fei's body, trying to forcibly deprive Han Fei of his vitality. At the same time, one of them slashed out with two knives with scorching knife waves. At this time, even though the opponent's strength was less than 10%. However, the power of these two knives was no less than that of an intermediate explorer. Another person summoned thousands of golden roots from the void, and wherever the grass and leaves spread, cracks appeared in the void. This scene made everyone's blood freeze. Han Fei turned black and white, and his body suddenly grew in the lightning, turning into a huge ape. In his hand, there was a rusty stick in his hand. Beast King technique. In their surprised gazes, the big ape that Han Fei transformed into grew to more than 50 meters tall. Huh. The ape opened its mouth, revealing its sharp teeth. With a loud roar, hundreds of beasts sprinted forward. Monkey King, 3,000 strikes. First, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1156. Han Fei didn't intend to hide anything. In the battle at the gate of the Thug Academy yesterday, he still had some scruples about exposing the soul-suppressing roar of beasts and the heaven-void divine walking technique. However, at this moment, a full-scale battle had already begun. After this battle, he would probably not be in the Thousand-Star City anymore, so he had no scruples at all. Huff! Han Fei's giant ape opened its mouth, and the surrounding energy gathered crazily. At this time, something unexpected happened. The rust on the embroidery needle was shattering. Crack! Crack! Han Fei saw a bright luster. However, at this moment, Han Fei had no time to care about it. Bam! 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 Thousands of rod shadows poured out like waves, and the void rippled like petals blooming. Wherever the rod reached, the knife light collapsed and the grass and leaves were destroyed. Behind them, Luo Xiaobai, who was chasing after them, hurriedly grabbed Zhang Xuanyu and the other two and quickly retreated. Zhang Xuanyu exclaimed, "Wow, what kind of rod technique is this? Infinite wave stacking?" Zhu Yinling's eyes widened. "What kind of battle technique is this? What kind of creature is this?" Lu Renkuang's face was trembling. "I just want to know what opportunities he encountered in the ideal palace. This is too strong." Zhang Xuanyu just wanted to smack Lu Renkuang with a rod. "You don't even have your own memories, and you want to know others? What are you thinking?" At this moment, the big octopus still wanted to stick to him. However, Han Fei casually waved his hand, and the infinite knives returned to one appeared. At this moment, the infinity water could be said to be extremely strong, madly strangling the octopus. Bam! 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 The two peak-level explorers' faces changed drastically, and they were horrified. Where on earth did this kid learn this evil power? One of them said, "Not good. I'm afraid this is the legendary ancient giant ape." The three of them instantly came to a fight. The soul-suppressing roar of beasts was already extremely powerful, and the two of them were bleeding from their orifices. However, the other party was, after all, a peak-level explorer. Just now, although the patriarch of the Thug clan injured his foundation, his soul power was still much stronger than Han Fei's. The two of them activated the soul explosion piercing technique at the same time, forcibly shattering the soul-suppressing roar of beasts. One of them shouted, "Come out and kill this guy!" Shwa shwa! In the blink of an eye, another two intermediate explorers tore through the void. Why an intermediate explorer? That was because the advanced explorers had all been sent out by the Zhang family to fight. It was obvious that the Zhang family was scheming. "I'll just send high-level explorers to participate in this kind of battle. As for the pinnacle experts, it was better to leave them at home, just in case." Roar! With Han Fei's roar, a mysterious sound came from the sky. "Wait for Deng Deng!" Zhu Yinling shouted, "Retreat! It's the 9 sounds of Tao." An illusory world suddenly appeared in the air. Whoosh! An extremely fierce saber burned the sky, and a sea of fire spread for 100 miles in the blink of an eye. The punishment blade and the fire seed attacked, shaking the void, not giving the two people a chance to directly tear the void. Although the Punisher and the Tinder were both at the peak of the law enforcer level, they were legendary creatures with top-notch combat power. In fact, Han Fei wanted all 5 law enforcers to come out. However, the amount of energy required was too terrifying. Han Fei could afford it, but it would cost too much, and it wasn't easy for him to accumulate so much money. Besides, what kind of battle would there be later? Han Fei didn't know. Therefore, it was impossible for Han Fei to play all his trump cards in one battle. Taking advantage of this, The Monkey King had already smashed out more than 800 times, far from the limit, but the two peak-level explorers all vomited blood. The two of them didn't expect Han Fei to be so strong. One of them shouted, "Retreat to the clan and open the array." Hearing that the two were going to run, Han Fei immediately held the rod with both hands, and the rod and shadow merged into one. It was so powerful that it was comparable to the sacrificing punch. It shattered the void, causing the void to be unstable, making it impossible for them to tear the void and escape. The old man pushed the younger peak-level explorer away and shouted angrily, "Boy, even if I die, I'll take you away, little devil!" Explode! Hey! Roar! He seemed to have expected this scene. Han Fei activated the 100-beast soul, suppressing roar again. At that moment, the stars moved and the void lines buckled. Without giving the old man any chance at all, he smashed the rod at him, directly smashing the old man into pieces. The big octopus also died with the old man. Elder Qing. Several voices roared wildly, their eyes almost popping out of their sockets, and their hearts were full of killing intent. However, Han Fei was unmoved. "You want to go back to the clan and open the mountain defense array? You'll have to have that chance first." Swish! The embroidery needle, like a huge pillar supporting the sky, directly hit the Zhang family's mansion. The infinity water turned into thousands of knives and rushed over from the other side. In this way, if no one stopped it, the Zhang family's eternal foundation would be destroyed. Would the Zhang family dare to take the risk? Sure enough, a person flew out of the clan and hit the infinity water with a fist print, and the peak-level explorer who had just run away looked back again and shouted, "Open the array! Explode! Sacrificing punch!" The area with a radius of more than 50 kilometers had already been flattened. If it weren't for this, there would have been countless deaths and injuries. At the moment when the infinity water exploded, a big blue bird floated in the air. "Freeze!" Executioner. While the intermediate explorer was seriously injured by the infinity water, Water Luster blocked the void and used Executioner to kill the explorer. These two were real legendary creatures, which couldn't be judged by common sense. Water Luster froze not only the void, but also the soul of the strong explorer. What Xingdao Tu possessed was not the explorer's physical body, but his divine soul. In addition, the 9 sounds vibration made people's minds unstable. With a puff, the intermediate explorer was beheaded on the spot. In the Zhang family, many of the younger generation were present. They were conceited and thought that it wasn't a big problem for the Venerables to defeat the Thug Academy. Besides, some heavenly talents even knew that the second ancestor was still alive. With the Venerables and the 3 peak-level explorers protecting the clan, what was there to be afraid of? But who knew that things would develop to this point? Zhang Wen and Zhang Mingquan were both shocked at this moment. It's only been 2 months. How did Han Fei grow to this point? In the clan, a cute little girl was looking at the sky in fear. Although she couldn't see, she could hear. At this moment, she said, "Grandpa, is Brother Han Fei going to beat us?" Alas, the person who was asked didn't know how to answer and could only sigh. "Qiao Qiao, go into the house." Han Fei's heart thumped. He heard it. However, this couldn't shake his determination to rob the Zhang family. At least, he would kill this peak-level explorer in front of him first. As for the other ordinary people and innocent people, Han Fei certainly wouldn't let them go. After all, although Han Fei was ruthless, he wouldn't kill innocent people. A peak-level explorer was indeed a peak-level explorer. His physique was so strong that even if his strength was less than 10%, a sacrificing punch really couldn't kill him. This person broke his own arm and punched the embroidery needle away. Then he punched the sacrificing punch horizontally, exposing the ghastly white bones, but they didn't break. Just when Han Fei was about to attack again, the void cracked, and a big white bone hand and a sword light appeared at the same time. Han Fei was horrified. He immediately activated the star transposition technique and moved horizontally. The thug patriarch shouted, "Boy, stop robbing this family." Han Fei didn't know what to say. "I've been beaten to this point. I finally have such an opportunity. Why don't you grab it?" Han Fei gritted his teeth, stretched out his hand, and the infinity water and the embroidery needle returned. He frantically rushed in the direction where Luo Xiaobai and the others were. At this moment, he saw a large amount of golden blood dripping from the void. Who was injured? However, at this moment, suddenly there was a tremor in the void. "Immortally, since you're here, don't leave." Berserk Divine Technique. The Han Fei and the other small fries didn't know what to say. Is there a venerable here? How many venerables have appeared in the big families? There were already 7 of them, weren't there? A gigantic skeletal hand wrapped around the void. Han Fei and the others only felt that their eyes were dazzled and they had already appeared on another battlefield. When they appeared again, Han Fei found that he was standing with Luo Xiaobai and the others. The Zhang family was gone. Han Fei's face couldn't have looked more awful. "I spent so much effort only to kill 2 explorers? I didn't even kill a peak-level explorer who was seriously injured to the extreme? What happened to robbing them?" He had been hoping to get the 7th level of the true spirit fishing art. Now, he didn't even succeed this time. He didn't know when he would be able to rob it again. However, after what happened today, Han Fei was also a little shocked. How deep were the foundations of these big families? Even though the 1,000-star city was in such a crisis, they still had such terrifying combat power. However, at this moment, Han Fei and the others had no time to think about it, because in the sky in all directions there were continuous battles. Han Fei asked subconsciously, "Where are we?" Swish! Old Bai and an explorer came out of the void and roared in a low voice. "This is outside of the 3 holy lands. This is a battlefield. Don't stand in the air and get in the way." Zhang Xuanyu and the others were a little stunned. What happened to robbing them? What happened to running away? Yes, they ran away, but they just ran back and forth. Apart from Han Fei, the rest of them couldn't do anything. This made Zhang Xuanyu and the others' hearts sink. They could only blame themselves for being too weak. Now, they didn't even have a chance to help. Below, near the ground, a large number of faceless law enforcers were fighting. Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Let's go down and help." Han Fei shouted, "Let's go." Han Fei didn't think it was so easy to fight explorers. However, wasn't it a piece of cake to fight some law enforcers? However, a voice reverberated in the void. "Kill Han Fei." Suddenly, a white-haired young man with delicate facial features and cold eyes appeared, pointing at Han Fei. At that moment, pressure suddenly descended. Suddenly, old Han's voice shouted angrily, "Immortal Li!" White bones flew across the sky, and the thug patriarch roared, "Get lost!" The big skeleton hand slapped at the terrifying finger mark. A vortex was formed in the void, and the remaining power sent Han Fei flying. A voice sneered, "Immortal Li, didn't you claim to be the strongest person in the 1,000-star city? Now that you've become an undead cultivator, is this all you have left?" As he spoke, the void trembled, and another big vortex smashed the big skeleton hand. A big face reflected the sky. It seemed that everyone in the world could see him. Han Fei felt that this person's appearance was too pretentious. Was he afraid that he would be nameless? Or had he been cultivating alone for too long? That person was the second ancestor of the Zhang family. He somehow appeared one step ahead of the thug patriarch. At that moment, Lu Rinquang roared, "Fei Fei, run!" Han Guanshu's voice came into Han Fei's mind. Use the dragon diagram. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1157. He was surrounded by enemies on all sides, and the venerables were looking around. But Han Fei was unusually calm at this moment. Did he have time to use the dragon diagram? Han Fei stood still, pointed to the sky, and shouted, Today, Han Fei, will kill a venerable. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy enforged the universe suddenly disappeared without a trace. Above Han Fei's finger, a finger bone burst out with heaven-piercing aura, shining brilliantly and illuminating the sky. Son of a B** TCH. Li Daxian cursed somewhere. He didn't expect Han Fei to have this kind of means. The second ancestor of the Zhang family changed his face drastically. The aura of a king. How is it possible? However, in an instant, the finger bone turned into an earth-shattering finger, like a jade pillar supporting the sky, as if it was going to pierce through the sky. The surrounding void was instantly imprisoned. In the sky, as many as dozens of battlefields even forgot to fight and were all watching this terrifying scene. Is this King's strike? Gulp. Old by swallowed. This finger is too big, isn't it? In the blink of an eye, it was tens of thousands of meters tall. Because its speed was too fast and its power was too fierce, almost in an instant, the void energy within hundreds of kilometers was suddenly sucked away by it. At the same time, the Chu sect, the Chao family, the Heavenly Sword sect, the Sea Cloud Tower, many hidden experts in the super forces were all shocked. Where did Han Fei get this king's finger bone? Does this kid really have the qualifications to become a king? The second ancestor of the Zhang family roared, "Old monster Chu, help me!" At that moment, above the void, there seemed to be 100-meter-long rod shadow, forcibly extending from the void. Old Bai screamed, "Not good! Be careful of its power! Block it!" With blood dripping from the corner of Han Guanchu's mouth, he tore the void with some unknown method. He stretched out his arm and shouted in a low voice, "All of you, come here!" Han Guanchu took a deep look at the earth-shattering finger. This was something outside of his plan. If he had this king's finger bone, his plan might have been different. Boom! Crack! Crack! The earth-shattering finger touched the 100-meter-long rod shadow. The deafening sound shook thousands of kilometers, directly shaking the entire 1,000-star city. Countless experts were cowering in their homes or gathering together in fear. F***CK, what's going on today? Who are the aristocratic families fighting with? How many years has it been since a battle between venerables happened? It's too scary. Lord Sea God, please don't let it affect us. Heavenly Sword Sect. Tang Gu and Mu Ling stood on the sword tower. Tang Gu couldn't have looked more awful. Although I can't see the battlefield, it can only be related to the Thug Academy and my foster father. Mu Ling held Tang Ji's hand and comforted him. Don't worry. Based on the current situation, there is a high chance that they are evenly matched. Inside the Oceanic Cloud Restaurant, how were Xingyu and the other 4 here to fight? At this moment, he was standing in front of a teleportation formation. Diwu Haiguang said, "The 1,000-star city, your Thug Academy, can't stay any longer. Don't think about this battle. You have to work hard and grow." Outside the 3 Holy Lands, a strange light flashed in the sky, and the 100-meter-long rod shadow failed to block it and exploded. Following that, a human figure tore through the void in such a situation. In the sky, a golden palm was printed, and the pressure of this palm made the void within hundreds of kilometers sink. Han Guanchu shouted, "Chao Tianji, old monster Chu has already taken action. Why don't you take action now?" In the sky, a giant palm blocked the king's finger, shining brightly. Old monster Chu shouted, "Chao Tianji, if the Thug Academy rises, how can the Chao family reach the peak?" Swish, there was no movement in the void. The big palm was instantly covered with cracks, and the terrifying impact force melted the flesh and blood of the second ancestor of the Zhang family. This power was simply too strong. Before reaching its peak, it was difficult to resist. However, the Chao family didn't move after all. It seemed that they didn't want to participate in this battle. Han Fei's eyes turned cold. At this time, I can't count on others. He couldn't help saying, "Old Han, are you okay? If not, let's run first." Swish! As soon as Han Fei said so, a crack appeared in the sky. A small red sword suddenly pierced straight at Old Monster Chew. However, the small sword was too small. Under such power, it looked a little funny. However, no one dared to underestimate this sword at all. This space was pressed by the sky-dissecting finger. Others couldn't get in, but this small sword did. Old Monster Chew roared, "Master of the Heavenly Sword, do you want to be an enemy of the Chew sect?" A voice leisurely said, "The Chew sect is too domineering. It's time to stop. Others can become kings, but you can't. Do you want to suppress 1,000 stars? Don't blame me for drawing my sword and cutting the sky." Han Guanchu's eyes flickered, and he drew an array with one hand to protect everyone. As for himself, he took a step into the sky, holding a scroll in his hand. In the eyes of everyone, as soon as the scroll was opened, golden light shone brightly, illuminating half of the sky. There was a small red sword on the left, a strange scroll on the right, and a sky-dissecting finger in the middle. They all rushed at the old man in the sky. Han Guanchu's voice was still elegant, and he smiled faintly. "Since the sword master wants to draw his sword and cut the sky, I'll try to kill you." Old Monster Chew was furious, and a big snake appeared behind him, spewing blue flames. Old Monster Chew roared, "Half a scroll of the Book of Truth? Are you qualified?" To Han Fei's shock, the golden light spewing from the book turned into a sharp claw, which seemed to be the claw of a bird, and grabbed at the giant snake. Clang! The small red sword was blocked by Old Monster Chew with one hand. The void within 100 kilometers was full of cracks. The power of the sword didn't diminish, but it pressed forward inch by inch, and the bird claw had already torn the blue light in the sky, clawing at the giant snake. With a swish, a large piece of flesh was torn off from the snake's body. Golden blood splashed all over the sky. Humph! 7 major sects. The Chew sect will remember this. The void exploded, and a void crack appeared behind Old Monster Chew. The latter stepped back. He didn't want to save the second ancestor of the Zhang family. The second team of the Yang family roared, "Old Monster Chew!" Bam! The sky-severing finger, whose power had been greatly reduced, finally pointed at the second ancestor of the Zhang family. The latter burned his essence blood to resist with all his strength, and his arms were melting. Puff! Just at this moment, while the second ancestor of the Zhang family was still roaring, a white bone palm had penetrated deep into his body. The flesh and blood of the second ancestor of the Zhang family were rapidly drying up. "Ha ha ha! You underestimated the undead creature that I have turned into. When I suck you dry, I can recover 10% of my strength." Boom! Kacha! A red crack appeared in the sky. In an instant, heavy rain poured down, bright red like blood. At this moment, a venerable died. At this moment, on the specter in the level 3 fishery, a faceless man suddenly looked up at the sky. When he saw the blood rain pouring down, he immediately shouted, "Do it! Suppress the dragon boat!" "Huh. Second brother. Immortally, I'm going to kill you." Buzz! Buzz! The sky-severing finger was melting, and the surrounding space was opened again. A venerable attacked and directly blasted the thug patriarch into the void. Han Guanchu narrowed his eyes and shouted in a low voice, "Son, open the dragon map." Han Fei shivered. Is he calling me? It seems so. The dragon map that Han Guanchu was talking about was the map that he gave him in the Scattered Stars prison. It was an array map, and old Han seemed to have drawn it for a long time. Clatter, Han Fei took out this map without hesitation. The long dragon map unfolded in the air. Huh. At the moment this map was unfolded, dragons roared and golden spots of light flew around. Almost at the same time, the 2 venerables arrived. Who are these 2 people? Han Fei didn't know. Anyway, old Han asked him to open the dragon map, so he opened it. At this time, Han Fei saw a huge dragon shadow circling around. Shoot, an azure dragon? Han Fei was stunned. He didn't know this guy. Wasn't this the azure dragon in the Sea Soul realm? What, did old Han draw it for this dragon? But that didn't make sense. Wasn't what old Han drew an array. But now, how did a dragon appear? Are you the magic brush, Ma Liang? Han Guanchu stepped on the dragon's head, and the scroll in his hand floated in front of him, shrouded in golden light. Emperor Slash. Huh. The dragon roar suppressed the soul. In the Book of Truth, a wing cut through the void. All the people watching the battle, including the explorers, were blinded. Ordinary people couldn't see that attack at all. Ah, rumble. In the sky, a second red mark bloomed, and another venerable died. Old Han said gloomily, "Bastard of the Yi family, I killed you. Do you think I'm playing house with you? Do you think I'm playing house with you?" At this moment, Han Fei realized that it was a venerable of the Yi family who died. Gulp. Han Fei, Zhang Xuanyu, Lu Renquang, and the others all swallowed hard. That was a freaking venerable one. 2 of them died at the same time? Humph. Han Guanchu, now that you've used all your means, let's see what else you can do. However, old monster Chu sect ran out again. This time, even Han Fei's face changed. This old monster Chu was extremely insidious. Just now, he couldn't resist the attacks of the sky dissecting finger and the 2 venerables, so he left the venerable of the Zhang family and ran away. Now, when the sky dissecting finger was gone and old Han killed another venerable, he popped up again. Damn, is there anyone more insidious than him? Han Guanchu stretched out his hand and said, "Sword master, let me borrow your sword." Swish! A long red sword appeared in old Han's hand through the void. This guy, holding a book in one hand and a sword in the other, rushed into the sky. In the end, Han Guanchu glanced at Old Bai. "You can go now." Old Bai asked in shock, "Where's the other one?" The thug patriarch's voice trembled. "I'll handle the other one. You can go now. The 3rd chapter. Today should be a good day. Give me a ticket." End of this chapter. Chapter 1158. At this moment, the battle situation was strange. Old Han and the others were all ruthless people. One of them was the patriarch of the Yang family. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. Han Guanchu's terrifying blow was not much weaker than the big finger. Fortunately, it was aimed at the ** of the Yi family. Otherwise, he would have died. At this moment, the patriarch of the Yang family rubbed his head and was about to rush out of the void, but he saw the big bone hand grabbing at him, forcing him to fight. "Asshole, immortally, you've become an undead cultivator, but you still want to fight us alone? Back then, I should have crushed your bones and scattered your ashes so that you couldn't even become an undead cultivator. Ha ha ha. I once suppressed the Thousand Stars sect. Do you think you can kill me?" However, there were still some venerables. However, there were still many explorer-level powerhouses. Someone shouted, "Everyone, hunt the disciples of the Thug Academy. Han Fei must die." Han Fei roared, "Who the F***CK is talking? If you have the ability, stand in front of me and say it. See if I don't dig up your family's ancestral graves." There were no venerables on this battlefield, but dozens of explorers emerged one after another. Among them, there were faceless men and people from aristocratic families. Among them, there were as many as 7 or 8 peak-level explorers. Old Bai shouted, "Follow me." Old Bai had obviously arranged a way of retreat. In any case, the Thug Academy had shocked the entire Thousand Star City in today's battle. From now on, the name of the Thug Academy would be remembered by everyone. After all, the fall of 2 venerables was a big deal. If it couldn't leave a deep impression on people, what could? However, at this moment, Han Fei and the others were not in a good situation. Han Fei saw that 3 explorers were coming at him. Han Fei knew one of them. Wasn't that Chu Nanfeng? This guy was a peak-level explorer. As for the other two, one was an advanced explorer and the other was an intermediate explorer. If it was just an intermediate explorer, Han Fei wouldn't panic at all. However, in his current state, Han Fei really couldn't beat an advanced explorer. At most, he could stall him. Chu Nanfeng shouted, "By Kongi, are you surprised that Jiang Daqian didn't come? Ha! I knew that old fellow was fiddling with the formation to give you a way out. That's why I sent someone to stop him." Old Bai's face changed drastically. "Chu Nanfeng, do you think the three of you can stop me?" Chu Nanfeng sneered. "If Han Guanchu were here, I wouldn't have come. However, you, Bai Kongi, are not qualified." With that, Chu Nanfeng shouted, "I'll hold Bai Kongi back. Whether it's Han Fei or not, kill them all." Buzz. The two explorers made their moves. Han Fei's face changed greatly, and he roared, "Xiao Bai, you go first." Someone sneered, "You think you can leave?" Roar. The advanced explorer still wanted to attack, but Han Fei roared and activated the soul suppression of 100 beasts. This time, Han Fei didn't wait at all. He activated the Great Ape, Devil Change, and the Beast King art. His war body absorbed the surrounding energy. A dull roar burst out of Han Fei's mouth. Punishing Saber, Water Luster, come out. Lamp, Waiting, the 9 sounds of the Great Way appeared. Han Fei wanted to use the same trick again. He stopped the advanced explorer, and Punishing Saber and Water Luster cooperated to kill the intermediate explorer. Seeing Han Fei's current state, the advanced explorer was slightly shocked. How could a person's strength improve so much in a short period of time? In fact, Han Fei no longer relied on Devil Change to improve his strength. Since he became a peak-level law enforcer, the secret method of Devil Change had improved by 4 times, which was much worse than before. And the improvement of the Beast King art was nearly 5 times, which could almost replace Devil Change. The War Body and the Indestructible Body, which was close to the 4th level, had made Han Fei's physique and strength rise to a peak state at this moment. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't have the capital to compete with an intermediate explorer. Humph. After all, you are just a peak-level law enforcer. No matter how much you improve, you can't stop me. Bam! Han Fei waved his rod backhand. The embroidery needle shattered the void and smashed at the advanced explorer, and an array condensed on the rod. Void knife array. The explorer shook his shoulder and took out his armor box, and thousands of knife lights floated in the sky. Fuse! Han Fei roared, and yin and yang flashed in his eyes. Ignoring the knife array, the Monkey King smashed down valiantly, and its speed was so fast that the sky was full of rod shadows. Bam! 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 Clang, clang, clang. Shield Warrior. The advanced explorer reacted extremely quickly. He immediately discovered the power of the Monkey King's 3,000 strikes. Not daring to let Han Fei use the overlapping waves, he summoned dozens of large shields and charged at the Monkey King. Bam! In the end, Han Fei was no match for him in strength and was knocked flying. However, after fusing with Little Black and Little White, Han Fei's mind was very clear at this moment. Seeing that the 9 sounds of the Great Way didn't trap the intermediate explorer, the Punishing Saber seemed to have only cut off one of his arms. The explorer slashed the void and swept at Zhang Xuanyu and the others. Sword drawing technique. The embroidery needle hadn't recognized its master yet and couldn't exert its power, but Snowmorn had already recognized its master. Therefore, under this blow, heaven and earth changed color, and the sword's shadows tore the sky and the earth apart. Seeing this, Water Luster chirped and froze the void for dozens of kilometers. Chilla. The intermediate explorer tried to tear the void, only to find that his soul reaction was too slow. When he turned around and tried to resist, the Punishing Saber slashed at him, and he took out a lobster to block it. But when Snowmorn swept past, the lobster's soul was annihilated. Of course, Han Fei did pay a price. He killed an intermediate explorer with one slash. Under such an attack, he didn't have time to guard his back. When he tried to defend himself, a boulder the size of a mountain pressed down. Rumble! Han Fei was hit by the mountain. However, in the blink of an eye, the infinity water burst out and exploded. Lu Renquang, who was running in the distance, roared, "Infinite defense!" Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Go to the ground!" Luo Xiaobai knew that she couldn't increase the pressure on Han Fei in this situation. They were too weak, and this battle had already exceeded the scope of what they could participate in. The advanced explorer didn't expect that Han Fei would have such a terrifying skill as the infinity water. A sea-quelling bizarre treasure was enough to terrify him. The explosion of the infinity water forced him to defend himself. Even so, his face was covered in dirt from the explosion, and 3 of his shields were broken. Unfortunately, the infinity water wouldn't increase according to the strength of Han Fei's secret technique. After all, it was based on Han Fei's strength as a peak-level law enforcer, so it was barely a high-quality divine weapon. It was very likely that even this wasn't enough to shake a high-level explorer. Moo! Han Fei hit the ground, smashing a huge pit and bleeding from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. However, Han Fei suddenly turned into a one-horned rhinoceros. They were both bulls, so Han Fei chose the one-horned rhinoceros, which was unparalleled in the Beast King Valley. After all, the opponent was an armorist. If the opponent was a manipulator, Han Fei would turn into a buffalo to strengthen the law of gravity. "I'm going to kill you." Han Fei turned into hundreds of one-horned rhinoceros phantoms that rushed to the sky and crashed into the advanced explorer. So fast. What surprised the advanced explorer was not that Han Fei had changed again, but that Han Fei was so big. How did he do it so fast? The man said angrily, "No matter how many means you have, you can't defeat an advanced explorer." Shield mountains suppress. Rumble. In the sky, Han Fei's big horn broke 2 heavy shields in a row and almost pushed the advanced explorer's lungs out. The man shouted angrily, "Go catch the remaining people of the Thug Academy and force them to surrender." The 100-beast soul-suppressing roar was activated, directly suppressing his voice. The law of gravity suddenly descended, pressing the man into the ground like a meteor. It was impossible to kill this advanced explorer. It was impossible to kill him in a short time. The void lines were almost useless against such a guy. His soul power was no weaker than Han Fei's, and he might have a soul-type treasure. Han Fei didn't continue fighting. He turned around and ran wildly towards Luo Xiaobai and the others. As he ran, Han Fei's hooves were gone, but a pair of wings grew out. It was a sky-swimming falcon. Ever since he learned the Beast King art, Han Fei had never changed his appearance like today. The sky-swimming falcon plus the heavenly void divine walking art was so fast that it crossed 100 kilometers in the blink of an eye. At this moment, a faceless man tore the void and shouted, "I'll stop the one behind. Go east." Han Fei didn't dare to hesitate and immediately said, "Come on." Han Fei flew at a low altitude, and Luo Xiaobai jumped onto his back. His speed was as fast as lightning. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. "Fei Fei, how did you become that bird in the underground city? What kind of combat skill is that?" Lu Renquang trembled. "It's terrible. We should have left from the beginning. We shouldn't have robbed the Zhang family." Zhang Xuanyu was speechless. "Idiot, we've already robbed them. Although we failed, at least we killed a venerable and 2 peak-level explorers. Isn't that worth it?" Han Fei scoffed. "Shut up. I'm running." Suddenly, the void twisted, and Han Fei appeared 100 meters away, continuing to fly. And where he had just passed, a big hand reached out. F***CK, Zhang Xuanyu was stunned. "That scared me. I can't see it at all." Luo Xiaobai added, "Go east, that's where the Sky Meditation Garden is." Han Fei immediately thought of something. "Sky Meditation Garden? That's my sister's garden." Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. The way out was in the Sky Meditation Garden. It must be. Old Han must be very familiar with this place. That's why the thug patriarch brought them here. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After flying for less than 10 minutes, Han Fei suddenly felt danger and twisted the space. However, as soon as he turned around, danger came in an instant. At that moment, an array appeared in Han Fei's eyes. With a flap of his wings, Luo Xiaobai and the others drilled into an array and then reappeared more than 10 kilometers away. Unfortunately, Han Fei could only activate this kind of short-distance teleportation array in an instant now. Gotcha! It was at the moment when Luo Xiaobai and the others entered the array that Han Fei was slapped dozens of kilometers away. His bones were broken and blood spurted wildly. He couldn't even resist it. The newcomer must be a peak-level explorer. A figure walked out of the void crack and glanced at Han Fei. Today you can't get away. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1159. Seeing this person. Han Fei found that this person seemed to be injured, but not seriously. There was only a knife, light-emitting knife, intent on his chest. When he saw this person, Han Fei was furious. What the hell is this faceless man doing? Why did another peak-level explorer appear? The man seemed to know what Han Fei was thinking and chuckled. The one who stopped me is dead, since we've already shed all pretense of cordiality. Who in our Chu sect can go against us? Han Fei, go to hell! Roar! The 100-beast soul suppressor roared, and the Chu clan's expert took out a huge bell. Clang! The sound of the bell shakes the heavens and earth. That person chuckled. I know you have a strange, divine soul attack. What do you think about my soul-suppressing bell? Clang, clang, clang. The phantoms of hundreds of beasts exploded one after another. Every time a beast shadow was destroyed, more blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai shouted, "Father!" The man from the Chu men subconsciously turned his head to look, but immediately knew that he had been deceived. At this time, the void in front of him was shaking. Han Fei had already twisted the void and escaped 1,000 meters away. Humph! Do you really think a peak-level explorer isn't a powerhouse? Hongzhong Avenue. Not good. Han Fei subconsciously tried to cast the star relocation technique to get rid of the weird bell sounds. But in the next second, he was shocked to find that the star transposition technique was useless. The Chu sect expert sneered. I'm half a step into the Dao realm. How would I give you a chance to escape? Han Fei was shocked. Is this person a semi-venerable? At that moment, his first reaction was to use the supreme yin-yang wheel. However, reason told him that even if he used the supreme yin-yang wheel, it would not be enough. It was impossible for him to cross such a large realm to defeat this person. No one responded, and how fast was a peak-level explorer? He had a single horn on his head, and his 10 fingers had become sharp, tearing through the void. What kind of spiritual beast did he fuse with? Demon King's contract. Han Fei roared. When there was an absolute gap in strength, Han Fei couldn't care less. Under such circumstances, he could either die or reveal all his trump cards. There was no other way but to fight to the death. The Void Claw had just reached half a meter away from Han Fei and was about to kill him. Suddenly, a black mist rose from Han Fei's body, and where the sharp claws clenched, the black mist condensed into a scale armor. Bedeviled? The Chu clan's expert's expression changed as he shouted. So what if I've turned into a demon? Open it. Hiss! An ear-piercing claw sound rang out. It was extremely terrifying to listen to. Buzz. Unfortunately, the powerhouses of the Chu family didn't get what they wanted because the black gas on Han Fei's body was getting thicker and thicker. Behind him, large swathes of black mist rose. In the distance, Luo Xiaobai and the others were shocked. They saw a huge black claw trying to stretch out from behind Han Fei. Luo Xiaobai suddenly felt refreshed. For some reason, she felt that she had seen this scene somewhere before. Zhu Yinling wanted to approach, but Luo Xiaobai stopped her and shouted, "This is a sign of being possessed. Wait." However, they didn't stay for long before they saw 5 or 6 law enforcers rushing over. Zhang Xuanyu roared, "Fight first." Son of a B***TCH. What the hell is going on? Great sky swallowing technique. Seal. The corners of Han Fei's mouth suddenly began to curl up. As for the palm full of black mist, it suddenly grabbed the hand of the Chu clan expert. The opponent's palm was withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The Chu clan expert was shocked, and he seemed to have aged dozens of years in an instant. Puff! He cut off his own arm, and in horror he wanted to tear the void to escape. However, this time he was dumbfounded. Just now it was Han Fei who couldn't run away, but now it was he who couldn't run away. Ha ha ha! I'm finally back! Endless black mist began to envelop this void. The Chu clan expert screamed in horror. He found that he couldn't move his body anymore. That was impossible. Even if the opponent was a peak-level venerable, it was impossible to confine the void in an instant. Yes, this was not sealing the void, but confining the void. At this moment, every speck of dust here, not a bit of spiritual energy, not a bit of energy, all of them were sealed. Han Fei said in a deep voice, "I knew that you couldn't resist the temptation of power. From now on, you will be the reincarnation of the human emperor. This is your honor. My rich life force, give it to me." Ah! The Chu clan expert had goosebumps all over his body. He was terrified from his body to his soul. His vitality was being stripped away inch by inch. In the blink of an eye, his skin began to dry up, as if he had aged hundreds of years. However, at this moment, suddenly, black and white flashed in Han Fei's eyes. 3 golden pages floated out of Han Fei's body. At that moment, the black mist made a hissing sound. F***CK off. You're just a 3-page heavenly book of Taoist aura. How dare you suppress me twice? Han Fei's body was trembling crazily. He frowned deeply, and a low growl came from his throat. The weird voice came from Han Fei's mouth again. "Boy, give up struggling, and I will grant you eternal life." Grant? You, big grandpa, let me suck. From between Han Fei's eyebrows, 2 small vines stretched out, one of which had withered and turned yellow. The small vine was withered and yellow. When Han Fei deduced the 6th level of the void fishing art, this small vine almost withered. At this moment, in an instant, the green light shone brightly. The billowing black mist was crazily absorbed by the small vine. The withered yellow rhizome gradually began to restore its color, and there was a dense green light flowing on the vine. What's this? F***CK off. Ah. The black mist began to collapse inexplicably. The black mist seemed to want to shrink into Han Fei's body. However, under the crazy devouring of the demon purification pot, the black mist drilled into Han Fei's body and was sucked out again. For a time, the eyes of all the experts in the 1,000-star city were gathered on this space. However, the great Tao here was chaotic, and there was a terrifying Tao aura that obscured everyone's eyes. Open! A heaven-reaching fist print smashed out from the void forcefully. A venerable's chest was pierced with a big hole. Rip! Rin Tianfei tore this venerable apart. He didn't have time to care so much, and his big hand clawed at the void where Han Fei was. Han Guanchu's face changed slightly. On the book of the Great Tao, golden light shone brightly, shaking off old Monster Chu and stepping into the void. The patriarch of the Thug clan exploded his 5 skeleton hands and also disappeared into the void. A rotten body drilled out of the black mist. Who else could it be but the peak-level explorer of the Chu family? At this moment, he almost peed his pants. He thought he could kill Han Fei easily. Who would have expected that there was a great horror hidden in Han Fei's body? If it weren't for Han Fei, he would have been sucked dry by the black mist if it lasted for another 5 minutes. Even so, he had been seriously injured and lost more than half of his lifespan. Even if he found a heaven-defying medicine, he might not be able to make up for it. Unfortunately, as soon as he rushed out of the black mist, he saw Ren Tianfei's figure. At that time, he felt terrible. He had just come out of the tiger's den and then entered the wolf's den. Ren Tianfei didn't have time to care about him at this moment. He just glanced at him and slapped him. This person exploded and his body was smashed into pieces. Ren Tianfei took a step and rushed into the black mist. Ren Tianfei glanced at his arms, which were slightly aging. However, he didn't care about it at all. The indestructible body was activated and vitality was born. The two venerables who were chasing Ren Tianfei also wanted to rush into the black mist. However, as soon as they entered, they found that the vitality in their bodies was being extracted and their flesh and blood were being corroded. Immediately, the two retreated. Their physiques couldn't be compared with Ren Tianfei's. They were just ordinary venerables. And this black mist had obviously exceeded the range that ordinary venerables could bear. Ow! Kid, let Xiao Ting go back. We can talk about it. Damn, kid, did you hear what I said? Ah, Kacha! A crisp cracking sound could be heard, as if something had been broken. At that moment, the whole sky turned red. A rain of blood poured down, and the cracking sound echoed for millions of kilometers. In the next moment, the boundless black Qi immediately became thin, and the black shadow also disappeared without a trace. When Ren Tianfei arrived, he found that a touch of green light between Han Fei's eyebrows had been retracted. At the same time, there seemed to be a phantom in the black mist, but he didn't know where it had gone. Ren Tianfei picked up Han Fei with one hand and threw him to Luo Xiaobai and the others before the others arrived. Keep running. Then Ren Tianfei reached out into the void. Old Bai was slapping and seemed to be fighting with someone, but he was directly pulled out of the void. Ren Tianfei shouted, "Escort him away." Then Ren Tianfei grinned hideously. It seems that if I don't kill one of you today, you will forget my ability. Primordial Chaos Heaven-breaking Hand. A big black palm, emitting endless white light, grabbed the venerable who had just been reborn from a drop of blood. Rumble. The big hand and the venerable's body exploded at the same time. Kacha! Another red crack appeared in the sky, and a rain of blood poured down. Ha ha ha! Who else? Han Fei felt that his head was humming as if it were being dragged. The bumpy ride almost knocked his head out of his skull. There seemed to be a noise in his ears. When Han Fei opened his eyes in a daze, a familiar figure appeared in his eyes. Old Bai, go. That coarse rebuke seemed to reverberate between heaven and earth. The veil of darkness in front of Han Fei seemed to be suddenly lifted. At this moment, he was between heaven and earth, high in the sky. Han Fei looked down, only to find that he was at least 1,000 meters above the ground. He looked back, only to see that little gold had been attached to him. His huge wings were spread, and there was still blood dripping from them. Suddenly, a knife light spanning 1,000 meters swept over Han Fei's head. Han Fei looked up in horror, only to find that a battle was going on in the sky. Old Bai was being besieged by a group of people who were all fierce. In the sky, several huge spiritual beasts were flying across the sky, blocking the sun and the sky. Shoot! Han Fei was horrified. He had seen this scene before. This scene happened when he climbed the altar at the bottom of the steps into the sea. Just when Han Fei was in a daze, he saw that Zhang Xuanyu had appeared beside him at some point. What are you waiting for? Run! Han Fei immediately grabbed Zhang Xuanyu, twisted his body, and appeared dozens of meters away. Swish! A sword Qi swept over and suddenly pierced through the place where he was just now. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1160. In the blink of an eye, Han Fei didn't know whether he had been attacked or not. He just knew there was an attack, subconsciously. Zhang Xuanyu was shocked. So fast! And Han Fei was horrified. If he remembered correctly, Zhang Xuanyu had been pierced just now. Following that, a hand descended from the sky and slammed down. Han Fei watched as a sword-wielding expert was smashed into smithereens by this slap. Old Bai shouted, "Take these children away. Family, don't you want a son-in-law? Take them." Han Fei suddenly realized something and hurriedly looked up, only to see that Zhang Xuanyu had been taken away by a big void hand. He didn't know that person, but he was so handsome and seemed to be on par with Zhang Xuanyu. Then Old Bai shouted again, "What else? Take the damn fatty away too." On the other side, Lurin Kuang appeared below, crying and shouting, "I won't go." Han Fei looked at the void. An old man with a stubble beard drew a huge arc in the sky and blocked in front of Lurin Kuang. The next moment, Han Fei twisted his body again and dodged a fist mark. It seemed that someone was suspicious that Han Fei was not hit. Han Fei activated the Heavenly Void Divine walking technique and stabbed a high-quality divine weapon into the sky. Han Fei roared, "President, run!" However, before Han Fei could do anything, he was slapped away by Old Bai. "What are you doing, kid? Get out of here!" Old Bai roared, grabbed the divine weapon, and rushed to the sky. Below, as soon as Han Fei came back to his senses, a faceless man rushed over and took off his mask. "Mr. Xiaozhan!" Xiaozhan shouted, "Remember to take revenge." "Revenge? What revenge?" "Rumble!" Before Xiaozhan answered, Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. Old Bai blew himself up in the sky. "Old Bai, President, wait, something's not right." Han Fei frowned. "Why did you blow yourself up when you had a divine weapon? Could it be that this old man was pretending?" Xiaozhan grabbed Han Fei with one hand and tried to throw him away, but Han Fei refused. In his memory, Xiaozhan was about to self-destruct. Han Fei grabbed Xiaozhan with a backhand, and with a swish, they appeared on the battlefield below. The two of them rushed all the way. Soon, Han Fei found Wenrinyu, who was fighting with a law enforcer. Roar! The moment the 100-beast soul suppression palm was unleashed, the law enforcer was roared to death. Han Fei grabbed Wenrinyu and asked, "Mr. Xiaozhan, where are we going?" Wenrinyu shouted, "Han Fei, let go of him." "Stop pulling the fish. Let's run." Wenrinyu shouted, "The direction is wrong. Go diagonally." At this moment, in the sky, a cold voice echoed, "The Thug Academy is going against the law. You deserve to die." A voice reverberated in all directions. "Today I will annihilate all your teachers and students." Someone shouted, "You want to kill me? Why don't you take a look at what kind of trash you are?" One after another, people that Han Fei didn't know appeared in the sky, on the ground, and over the city. The sky was hazy and a rain of blood was sprinkling down. Rumbling sounds and explosions rang out incessantly. Wenrinyu shouted, "Han Fei, let go of me. We have a way out." Han Fei shouted, "Liar!" Wenrinyu was speechless. She took out a jade slip and showed it to Han Fei. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. It turned out to be a teleportation array. Wenrinyu shouted, "Do you see it? Let go of me." Han Fei was speechless. Why does it feel different from what I remember? Something is wrong. Could it be that the prophecy I saw back then was wrong? Suddenly, Han Fei saw Luo Xiaobai and Zhou Yinling in the distance. Zhou Yinling was flying towards him. Xiaozhan said, "Han Fei, go by yourself. Our paths are different. Get lost." Han Fei thought for a moment and found that something was wrong. There were many scenes that he didn't see. Old Bai's self-explosion just now was too abnormal. Was it a way for them to escape? Han Fei asked, "Teachers, you won't explode to death, will you?" Wenrinyu scolded angrily, "What are you thinking? I haven't even lived half of my life yet." Hearing that, Han Fei immediately let go of her and flashed away. It seemed that he had made a mistake. Han Fei grabbed Juinling and ran crazily while looking at Luo Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what are you doing? Let's go. Luo Xiaobai slightly shook her head. We have to disperse for now. You go by yourself. I'll go back to the clan. Knife and sword light flashed around him. Han Fei stomped on the array, and the infinity water swept out and killed 2 law enforcers. Chilla! 7 sword lights swept at him. Han Fei frowned. 7th swordsman from the War Soul realm? No, the enemy is an explorer. Han Fei pushed Juinling away and cut through the void with Snowmorn in his hand. Luo Xiaobai took the opportunity to throw a ball-like seed into the sky. Boom! In the white light, the enemy explorer broke through the air with a long stick. Han Fei thought to himself, how can such an attack be difficult for me? However, before Han Fei flew away, a large area of spider silk suddenly emerged within 1,000 meters. Boom! Han Fei was about to activate the Great Dipper Array. But then he realized that Juinling was still behind him. Immediately he roared, stepped on the Great Plate Turtle Array, and punched out the sacrificing punch. With a single punch, he blasted a hole through the layers of silk nets. Han Fei, on the other hand, was hit by the long stick. Boom! The enemy's divine weapon exploded, and Han Fei vomited a mouthful of blood and was blown away. In a daze, Han Fei heard someone shout, "No, this kid's body is too strong. We have to kill him." At that moment, Han Fei felt that his head was in a mess. He seemed to see Juinling drawing a teleportation array with one hand. Then he seemed to see the shadow of a big turtle, which was full of black gas. Then Han Fei felt that his vision went dark, as if he had been hit by something. His entire person was like a meteor streaking across the sky, falling down. At that moment, he felt that his bones were shattered and his internal organs were damaged. He vomited mouthfuls of blood. There was no telling how long it had been. Old Bai's voice seemed to come to his ears. What happened to this kid? Juinling said weakly. He was wounded by an explorer. Old Jiang roared, "Let's go!" In the end, Han Fei survived 99% of the battle, but he was heavily wounded by the Demon King's contract. At this moment, Han Fei's head was still in a mess. In a daze, he was standing in the middle of nothingness. In front of him was an old giant tortoise. This tortoise was ugly, and its entire body was pitch black. Other people's turtle heads were a bit like a snake's. This guy's head was a bit like a crocodile's. Its eyeballs were facing forward like the headlights of a car. When the big turtle saw Han Fei, it roared angrily, "You be **starred, give me back my Dao. You're not kind enough to summon me here. I lent you my strength, but you tried to swallow me." Han Fei was dumbfounded. "Wait, who are you?" Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to remember something, and his eyes widened. "Shoot, are you the old monster behind the Demon King's contract?" Han Fei remembered and had some impression of it. At that time, this old thing seemed to want to swallow his soul. Han Fei gritted his teeth and suddenly saw the demon purification pot floating in the air. The 2 small vines swayed slightly, emitting emerald fluorescence. Immediately, Han Fei realized that he might be in a very special state. Was he talking to this turtle with his spiritual sense? How did this tortoise get into his body? And it was suppressed by the demon purification pot. Yes, I was fighting. Juinling saved me. And old Jiang. Han Fei immediately confirmed that he should be sleeping. He sank into his mind with his spiritual sense and was talking to this turtle. I wonder how the battle is going on outside. It was a mess. He couldn't figure out who was fighting whom. Especially the last battle, it was a mess. Zhang Xuanyu should have been taken away by Yi Xian's parents. Fatty, I wonder who took him away. As for Luo Xiaobai, she went home. Where was he? However, he didn't care anymore. Finally, he should be safe. Han Fei sneered. He glanced at the big black turtle and said with some disdain, "This is the first time I've seen such an ugly turtle. You old turtle! Do you deserve to be called an emperor?" The old turtle roared, its eyes scarlet. "Boy, you came to me first. This empress saved your life, so your life should be this empress's." Ah! Han Fei rubbed his ears and thought. The Demon King's contract was pushed out by the demon purification pot. It seems that I have to be more careful about deducing secret techniques in the future. Hearing the old turtle's words, Han Fei curled his lips. "You saved my life? I, Han Fei, am a king. Do you think I need you to save my life? Even if you did, so what? I can tell you're not a good person. Calabash, suck it to death." Hey. Boy, don't go too far. Let's calm down. Han Fei sneered. "Now you know to calm down. What were you doing earlier?" Han Fei made up his mind and let the demon purification pot suck this old thing to death. However, the demon purification pot didn't move. I've suppressed it. Can't I suck it to death?" The old turtle looked nervous. "Boy, what are you thinking? I'm telling you, don't have any evil thoughts. Otherwise, I'll die with you." Han Fei glanced at the turtle contemptuously. "Hey, you're so arrogant. Calabash, suck." Hey, don't. I'm just joking with you." Han Fei raised his head. How dare you call yourself an emperor when you're so cowardly? Tell me, where did you come from?" The turtle's eyes were scarlet, and he stared at Han Fei, seeming to feel that something was wrong. Han Fei immediately frowned. "Why are you still glaring at me? Do you know whose territory you are in? Calabash, give it to me." "Enough, bastard, don't call me Calabash. You can't control this calabash, can you? If you could control it, you would have sucked this empress to death long ago. Human beings are really shameless." Han Fei pretended to be furious. "What did you say? I can't control my calabash? If I can't control it, who sucked you to death? You don't believe me, do you? If you don't believe me, I'll suck it to show you." Mommy, coax me. The old man in heaven is as urgent as the law." Then Han Fei found that the big turtle looked at him as if he were an idiot, as if asking him to keep acting. "Humph." Han Fei waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I won't argue with you. I don't think you're weak. If it weren't for the fact that you seem to have a background, I would have sucked you to death." The third chapter, asking for votes. I don't think there will be any big updates this month. May is almost useless. At least let me take a break. Besides, typing on the keyboard is not the most tiring thing. I have to make up a plot in my head. How to string the complicated plot together is the most difficult thing. Brothers, please don't urge me to update. My scalp is numb now. I need to think. Let me take a break. End of this chapter. Chapter 1161. Han Fei knew that he couldn't pretend anymore. If he had known this, he would have been calmer and acted more realistically. Han Fei stopped pretending and spread out his hands. "Okay, you've been talking for a long time. Tell me, who the hell are you? Where did you come from?" The big turtle said leisurely, "I am the primitive emperor. Watch your mouth, boy. As for where I came from, you don't know. If you hadn't practiced the Demon King's contract that I left behind, do you think I would be willing to come?" Han Fei sneered. "I think you are willing. Let me think about it. I'm a bit confused. Oh, are you going to give me power? You want to give me eternal life. Come on, give me some first." The big turtle. Han Fei sneered. "Look, you don't keep your words. Give me power? If I didn't want to make up the numbers, would I have used your Demon King's contract?" Han Fei said, but his brain was working fast. This old turtle seems to have a powerful background. The Demon King's contract is a venerable level secret technique. Those who can create this secret technique must at least be at the venerable realm. Moreover, this old turtle kept saying, "This emperor, this emperor." Could it be that he was really an emperor? That's not right. I've never heard of this realm. Is there an emperor realm above the king realm? But then he thought it was a bit wrong. The king realm is just a name. The real realm is called the sea expansion realm, and above it is the sky expansion realm, right? Emperor? Beast Emperor. Han Fei couldn't help saying, Big Turtle, I don't care who you are or how strong you used to be, but you are in my territory after all. If you are of no use to me, we will eventually fall out with each other in the future. So, you have to tell me something useful. For example, what are the realms above the sea expansion realm? Emperor, what level are you at? Where are you from? Is there a way to gain power? I don't have many questions. Anyway, we have a long way to go. If looks could kill, Han Fei felt that he would have been stared to death by the big red eyes of the big turtle. But at this moment he didn't panic at all. This should be a strong master. If he used him well, he might have a helper in the future. But she heard the old turtle's deep voice. Didn't your parents tell you not to be too curious? You're just a peak law enforcer. What's the use of asking about the realms above the king realm? As for the emperor level, it's a level that you can't even imagine. Han Fei sneered. Are you sure you want to talk to me like this? Could it be that you can't see that I have the potential to become a king? The sound of grinding teeth came from the big turtle's mouth. He probably wanted to swallow the narcissistic Han Fei in one bite. However, he was under the eaves, so he had to lower his head. He heard it say leisurely, Kid, even if you have the potential to become a king, you should first go through the minor heavens tribulation. As for the realms you mentioned, kings can open up the seas, emperors can open up the skies, eternal emperors can become emperors, and Tao fusion can become gods. Every realm contained an immeasurable amount of cosmos. You little brat, even if you know now, what can you do? You won't be able to understand it all, and will only increase your burden. Han Fei frowned. Damn it, there were still so many realms after that. He was still 2 great realms away from becoming a king, explorer and venerable. When would he be able to stop? Han Fei couldn't help but ask, Are you really an emperor? The big turtle immediately roared. Of course. You brat, give me back my Tao. Huh. Han Fei couldn't help but sigh and glanced at the demon purification pot. Damn, it can even eat other people's Tao. What's the origin of the demon purification pot? Isn't it too ferocious? Han Fei knew very little about the demon purification pot anyway. Under normal circumstances, except for deductions, it was needed in Forge the Universe to store things, so it seemed to be useless. Refining? With the 100 battles divine hammer, as long as I had enough materials, refining divine weapons was like a game to me. Han Fei said in disgust, Hey, don't howl. Who told you to swallow me? If you didn't swallow me, would your Tao be gone? It's all your own fault. It's none of my business. Now tell me, where did you come from? Han Fei was about to continue talking to the big turtle, when he suddenly felt unsteady, and a voice seemed to ring in his mind. Han Fei, wake up. Brat. Pa in the void. Han Fei felt that his head was buzzing as if it had been slapped. His vision blurred, and a dazzling light shone into his eyes. When Han Fei opened his eyes, he saw an ordinary-looking village girl and an old man with a wrinkled face staring at him. More importantly, the old man wanted to slap him. Han Fei hurriedly reached out to stop them. Wait, who are you? The old man scolded. Don't you know who I am? Huh, you sound so arrogant. Old Jiang? Old Jiang snorted. You have a conscience, boy. I risked my life to get out for you. Han Fei glanced at the village girl again and gasped. Jiuyin Ling? Jiuyin Ling nodded quickly, looking delighted. She seemed to have been worried sick. With a swish, Han Fei sat up. Wait, old Jiang, where are we? How about the 1,000-star city, where our old Han, Ren Tianfei, and our unreliable patriarch? Old Jiang stretched out his hand and was about to slap him. Who are you calling unreliable? It's the thug patriarch. Han Fei remembered the patriarch who had become a big skeleton and sighed. I thought the devil had arrived. Where is old Han? Old Jiang said, don't worry about that. The situation in the Thousand-Star City is also complicated. Your father ran away, and so did the Thug Patriarch and Ren Tianfei. Han Fei was immediately relieved. That's good. Each and every one of them was so awesome that I was dumbfounded. Hey, old Jiang, what's going on? Why did you start a full-scale war? Why did you ask us to go to the Thousand-Star City? Old Jiang clicked his tongue and said, we wanted you to be the bait. Originally, we were prepared to wait a few years before launching this war of vengeance. Who would have thought that you'd cause such a big commotion in just a few days? Now, you can even become an explorer? Han Fei automatically ignored the second half of old Jiang's words and glared at him. Bait? What bait? Old Jiang said proudly, first of all, it's for revenge itself. After all, we have to avenge the Thug Academy. We have to talk to those big clans and let them remember that the Thug Academy is not to be trifled with. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched, and he muttered in his heart, this is a typical villain. The Avengers were earth-shattering and slaughtered Venerable Feng in one day. Half of the strong forces in the Thousand-Star City were wiped out. However, it didn't matter. Anyway, those big clans didn't care about anything. They only knew how to make money and find ways to go to the Divine Palace. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, what's the second reason? Old Jiang snorted and smiled. In addition to revenge, I'll help you clear the obstacles and kill a group of them first. Otherwise, it won't be easy for you to enter the Divine Palace. There are too many strong masters. If I don't take the opportunity to kill a group of them, it will be difficult for me to have such an opportunity in the future. Your appearance has attracted all their attention. Do you think those venerables can tolerate you if you really have the talent to become a king? Of course, they will find a way to kill you. Han Fei was speechless. So you're not afraid that I'll really kill you? Old Jiang waved his hand. Who doesn't have a few major tribulations on the path of cultivation? Look, didn't you make it through? Han Fei. Old Jiang said leisurely, the third reason. Han Fei's eyes widened. There's a third reason? Old Jiang smiled contemptuously. Do you think we're just playing? Old Jiang said proudly, after this battle, the 36 towns and a level 3 fishery will be ours. They won't dare to leave the Thousand-Star City after the death of the 3 venerables. If they dare to come out, I'm sure they'll lose their homes. Han Fei. Old Jiang smiled and said, the fourth reason is to send the Thug Patriarch to the God's Memorial Tower. That's done. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. Is there a fifth reason? Old Jiang said, the fifth reason is to save you, right? Han Fei rolled his eyes. He didn't feel good. Compared with these old foxes, I'm 2F** king naive. However, Han Fei suddenly thought of something. Wait, the Thug Patriarch went to the God's Memorial Tower? Why? To the Immortal Palace? Han Fei knew that there was a controller of the Immortal Palace in the central holy city of the Thousand-Star City. He was also a venerable. Even if there was no controller, there was still a big killing array in the central holy city. Old Jiang said proudly, of course, to the Immortal Palace. The real corpse of the Thug Patriarch is still in the Immortal Palace. Otherwise, do you think the Thug Patriarch's combat power is so low? If it weren't for the fact that his corpse is gone, he would have killed at least 2 more venerables. No, if the Thug Patriarch's corpse is still here, Chao Tianji of the Chao family won't sit by and watch, and the Heavenly Sword Master won't take action. You won't understand. As long as the Thug Patriarch can fuse with his corpse, his strength will definitely increase again. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Then my junior uncle Faceless will always be the Thug Patriarch. Old Jiang curled his lips. Sometimes, sometimes not. You don't have to worry about that. After this battle, the large clans should have calmed down a lot. In the next few years, you just consolidate your strength. Your improvement is really too fast. It doesn't make sense. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Where did Lu Rinquang and Zhang Xuanyu go? Old Jiang said leisurely, when you reach the law enforcer realm, everyone should have their own path. You can't be together forever. From this battle, you should have found it. When one's strength broke through too quickly, their role would become dispensable. Then you should improve yourself. Han Fei asked, what about old Han? Old Jiang said angrily, you have too many questions. He is a venerable. How would I know where he went? Han Fei said one last question. Where did the Thug Academy get so many faceless powerhouses? So many explorers are from the Thug Academy? Is the Thug Academy so strong? Old Jiang stared at Han Fei for a while. So, you still need experience. Do you think those people are from the Thug Academy? The big clans, the 7 major sects, and the rogue cultivators all have a grudge against the big clans. And there are more than 1 or 2 who want to overthrow them. If there is such an opportunity, do you think they won't take action? Wow. Han Fei took a deep breath. He understood everything. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1162. This all-out war did not mean that it would last for a long time. After all, both sides had sacrificed a lot. This battle was the eruption of many people who had been suppressed to the extreme. In a class-based society, there would inevitably be oppression and resistance. However, the resistance this time around was a little too intense. Just like the immortal abode, many factors had led to this battle. It was hard to say whether such a battle would break out again in the future. Knowing the cause and effect, Han Fei was relieved. Then where are we now? Old Jiang, let me tell you, those venerables are very good at calculating. Let's not let those people find us, or we'll be done for. Old Jiang glanced at Han Fei weirdly. I'm afraid you don't know your own situation, do you? In your father's words, in your current state, you can't even predict the state of a king. So what's the use of being a venerable? Ah, Han Fei swallowed and murmured, am I already so awesome? TSK. Old Jiang rolled his eyes. All right, as long as they can't find you, they won't spend so much time looking for other people. 3 venerables have fallen. And you want them to leave the 1,000-star city? They have to have the guts to do it. Han Fei took a breath. What about the 1,000-star city? What will happen to Xiao Bai's family, the Zhouyin family, and the Heavenly Sword sect? Old Jiang paused and smiled. Don't worry about the Luo family. The divine technique of the Luo family is no joke. You don't have to worry about the Heaven's Sword sect. With the 7 major sects as one, how could the aristocratic families dare to act against the Heaven's Sword sect? The consequences would not be good. The Chao family, the Qin family, and the other families that don't participate in the war are also happy to see this happen. As he spoke, Old Jiang glanced at Zhou Ling and said casually, as for the Zhouyin family, Zhou Lai submitted to the Luo family and was saved. However, his strength would definitely drop, and he would probably fall below the level of an explorer. As for your sister, she has already gone to the Scattered Stars Island. It's fine. Zhou Ling was secretly relieved, but she didn't say anything. Perhaps Zhou Ling was on the Thug Academy's side in a daze. However, Zhou Lai was not a naive girl. She was betting everything she had. He was certain that Zhou Ling would have great achievements in the future if she stayed by Han Fei's side. Old Jiang said, Okay, since you're awake, I'm leaving. Although this battle could be said to be a great victory for us, the resources that we had accumulated over the past few decades were all used up in one go. This time explorers from both sides had fallen, and the losses were too great. Those that were not destroyed were probably completely gone. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they probably wouldn't come out again. It's time for me to disappear. Now that I'm in a good mood, Old Bai and I are going to try to break through to the venerable realm. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can it work? Old Jiang chuckled. How can it be so easy? Anyway, you guys stay here. Although no one will know where you are, you still have to keep a low profile. He didn't want to be discovered by the people hiding in the 36 towns before he could calculate it for them. You have to keep your strength suppressed. You can't expose it. Although they won't deliberately look for other people, they are still very concerned about you. If they find you, it's hard to guarantee that those people won't leave the Thousand-Star City. With that, old Jiang stomped his foot, and a teleportation array appeared. With a swoosh, he disappeared. Han Fei was still in a daze. When the teleportation array disappeared, Han Fei wanted to ask a few more questions, but old Jiang had already left. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Zhu Yinling. Where is this? Zhu Yinling pursed her lips and blushed. Cloud Soaring Town, Wind and Rain Village. Puff. Where? Zhu Yinling was puzzled. Why? Is there a problem? Cloud Soaring Town, Wind and Rain Village? Oh, old Jiang, come out. Han Fei couldn't help but look at Zhu Yinling. Are we the only ones here? Zhu Yinling thought for a moment and finally nodded. Yes. Do you want to ask a girl about this? Han Fei looked at Zhu Yinling in surprise. You even know this? Why didn't I know? Zhu Yinling thought for a moment and said after a long time, well, Senior Uncle Faceless said that you have a knot in your heart because you entered the level 3 fishery for the first time. At that time, you were still young and didn't have enough experience. That's why you have a knot in your heart. Han Fei narrowed his eyes. Senior Uncle Faceless. Isn't that the patriarch of the thug sect, Li Daxian? Yes, an almighty venerable, a super expert who once suppressed the Thousand-Star City. How could he not know what happened to him back then? However, he didn't save her. Suddenly, Han Fei's face changed. She's not dead? Zhu Yinling shook her head. No, she's dead. Han Fei frowned even more. If she's dead, why are we in the Cloud Soaring Town now? Zhu Yinling said again, she doesn't seem to be dead. Han Fei was lost for words. Wait, is she dead or not? Hiss, an undead creature? Han Fei was shocked. Thinking of Li Daxian's own state, how could he not understand? Han Fei immediately said angrily, Li Daxian, F***CKU. Zhu Yinling secretly stuck out her tongue and thought to herself, why are you even cursing the venerable? Han Fei said angrily, couldn't he have helped me back then? He could have helped me. Now, I'm in a difficult position. As he spoke, Han Fei suddenly looked at Zhu Yinling and couldn't help but say leisurely, Little Jiao, when did you know the patriarch of the thug sect? Zhu Yinling blushed and said awkwardly, oh, no, I didn't know that Senior Uncle Faceless was seniorly. He just asked me if I wanted to be with you. Then he said he would bring me to a place and told me that you would have a big tribulation. After listening to Zhu Yinling's story, Han Fei was dumbfounded. They were all sly old foxes. Those people had set up countless traps from top to bottom, from left to right. It could be said that all the people around him who could be used had basically been used. In the end, it was Zhu Yinling who rescued him from the Thousand-Star City because they had roughly predicted that there would be an accident. Zhang Xuanyu and Luo Xiaobai were too popular, but Zhu Yinling was different. Although Zhu Yinling was talented, she was not a genius, nor was she strong enough. She didn't have a powerful family, so of course, not many people paid attention to her. Therefore, the one who could and could save him the most was Zhu Yinling. Han Fei was speechless. In front of them, he was as pure as a little white fish. Li Daxian didn't have the ability to predict, so he must have contacted old Han. That was why he knew that he would have a big tribulation and arranged for Zhu Yinling in advance. Everything was arranged, and the matter of the sea-quelling painting was also settled. This matter involved Ren Tianfei again. It could be seen that Ren Tianfei was actually on their side. Yes, these three were on the same side. How long had they hooked up with each other? The three of them had put on a show and set up a big picture. Except for these three, including himself and old Bai, they were all pawns. And all this should have started from the road that old Han paved for him. This road was his road to becoming a king. From the beginning to the end, his growth was clearly arranged by someone else. He had thought that he was extremely talented and lucky. Han Fei pondered and asked, "Where's she?" There was a reason why Joeen Ling pretended to be a village girl. In fact, this family of two died in an accident in the ordinary fishery. Therefore, this small courtyard was controlled by the faceless man. To the outside world, Han Fei was a level 8 fisher, and his name was Iron Blade. People usually called him Old Iron. When he heard this name, Han Fei was speechless. Damn it, when he went out, everyone called him Old Iron? What was going on? It seemed that because of the name Iron Blade, this Old Iron was also a blacksmith. Of course, the blacksmiths in the village were actually blacksmiths and had nothing to do with refining Joeen Ling, who looked like a village girl, was certainly not as beautiful as she used to be. Her skin was a little dark, and she was very ordinary. She was not very ugly or beautiful, just the kind that no one would remember if she was thrown into a crowd. She played the role of Han Fei's wife, named Zhou Nan. She was a level 6 fisher and basically had no hope of reaching level 7. She was generally responsible for the family's fish tax. This was a very ordinary family. Because Old Iron was not good at foraging, he often went fishing with his wife. At this moment, when the two of them went out, Han Fei felt a strong village atmosphere. In the large tank at the door, there were 7 or 8 big sea clams. The simple drainage channel was where seafood was cleaned. The stone tables and iron hammers placed randomly in the courtyard were all Han Fei's forging tools. However, the small courtyards next door told Han Fei that this house was relatively remote and definitely not an advantageous location in the village. When the two of them went out, they saw a young girl cooking 5 big sea clams in a courtyard next door. The girl was about 13 or 14 years old and looked a little thin. At this moment, she only showed the strength of a level 7 fisher. Han Fei glanced at Joeen Ling in surprise. This little girl was disabled as a fishing master. She was seriously injured. Joeen Ling nodded and said via voice transmission, "Her name is Lin Wu, Lin Miao Miao's younger sister. In the battle for resources, the village was hit hard by the neighboring village. Because she was disabled and spiritual fruits were too luxurious, she could only live like this." Han Fei frowned. Lin Wu? Younger sister? Didn't the village arrange a job for her who was disabled because of the battle for resources? Joeen Ling said she refused to accept it and believed that she still had hope to rise. One day, she hoped that she could return to the realm of a fishing master. So, she gave up the position arranged by the village and insisted on going to sea every day. Seeing Han Fei and the others going out, Lin Wu immediately waved her hand. "Uncle Iron, Auntie Nan, have you had breakfast? Let's eat together." Joeen Ling said to Han Fei, "We usually don't eat together. You're more honest and simple. I'm not very talkative. It seems that they are just neighbors." Han Fei was surprised. Am I a fool? Why do I always pretend to be a fool? However, I seem to be a professional in this aspect. My acting skills have already reached the point of perfection, considering that he might have to stay in this wind and rain village for a long time. Han Fei smiled innocently. "Little Wu, why did you get up so early to cook? You eat by yourself. Your Auntie Nan and I are going to sea today." Lin Wu waved her hand. "Uncle Iron, Auntie Nan, be careful." Han Fei didn't rush to contact the girl, but frowned slightly. "Little Nine, has Lin Miao Miao ever come back?" Joeen Ling shook her head slightly. "An undead creature may not be able to come back, right?" Junior Uncle Faceless said that the reason why she chose this place is to help you overcome the knot in your heart. After all, Lin Miao Miao lives in another way. You shouldn't keep thinking about her. Besides, Junior Uncle Faceless said that in the next few years, you'd better think about everything you have done before. There may be many small things that should be resolved. If you can achieve a flawless state of mind, it will be good for your breakthrough. Han Fei curled his lips. It's easy to say. I've almost forgotten what I have done before. I should follow my heart. Even those evil people can make breakthroughs, can't they? So, following my heart may be the easiest way. Han Fei counted with his fingers. It seemed that he had caused quite a lot of trouble. Han Fei shrugged. Okay, take it slow. I also need to consolidate my foundation. Second, asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1163. Lin Wu didn't know why. In the past month, she found that the spiritual energy around her home seemed to have improved a little, which made her injuries further recover. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before she became a level 8 fisher. This was something to be happy about, so she worked harder. Since her sister went to the town and hadn't come back for so many years, she had a rough guess. However, she couldn't lose hope. She had to find a way to look for it. Looking for someone, she had to be strong. Her first step was to find a way to return to the realm of a fishing master. At this moment, because the spiritual energy had become slightly richer, she ran from home to a small hill not far from her home to cultivate. At night, the spiritual energy would be stronger. That night, Lin Wu came to this small hill as usual, but was surprised to find that someone was barbecuing food at the place where she usually cultivated. The sound of sizzling oil was very clear. The smell wafting in the air was also very tempting. Lin Wu immediately became vigilant. What kind of person would come out to barbecue in the middle of the night? So Lin Wu turned around and left, for fear that she would meet a bad guy. However, for 3 days in a row, every time Lin Wu wanted to come here to cultivate, she would see someone barbecuing there. This made her a little speechless. She couldn't give up cultivating just to eat alone, could she? The spiritual qi on this small hillside was obviously denser. Just when Lin Wu hesitated, an old voice came leisurely. "Little girl, are you afraid that I will eat you?" Lin Wu's heart tightened. It sounds like an old man. But were there no bad guys in old men? Those who were supposed to be bad would always be bad. Lin Wu thought for a while, bit the bullet, and walked towards the hill. She had to cultivate. What if this old man was not a bad guy? Lin Wu swallowed a mouthful of saliva when he got closer. Isn't this smell a little too good? When she got closer, she found a kind-looking old man with a white beard was roasting a strange prawn. He also sprinkled some powdery things on it from time to time. But these were not the key points. What surprised her the most was that when she approached the old man, she found that the density of the surrounding spiritual energy was more than twice as strong as before. Lin Wu wasn't stupid. His first reaction was that he had met an expert. He hurriedly cupped his hands and said, "Senior, I don't have any other intentions. I just feel that cultivation is a relatively private matter. Since Senior is eating here, Junior should not disturb you." "Xiao." Lin Wu subconsciously caught the wooden skewer. When he took a closer look, it was actually a skewer of prawn meat. It was golden in color, sizzling with oil, and its fragrance assailed his nostrils. Gulp! Lin Wu looked at the barbecue in her hands and swallowed her saliva. She didn't know what to do. Han Fei looked indifferent. Sure enough, they were a family. Lin Miao Miao was meticulous at the beginning, but she didn't expect her sister to be the same. Han Fei said leisurely, "Let's try." Lin Wu looked at the prawn skewers in her hand and then at Han Fei, who was taking huge bites out of the skewers. From time to time, she would brush her fingers against the skewers. Is it really that delicious? Lin Wu thought to herself, this senior shouldn't be weak. He should be at least a peak-level fishing master, right? He is so strong that he has no reason to harm me. Besides, I don't seem to be able to resist the taste. Chomp! Lin Wu took a small bite. Suddenly, Lin Wu's body trembled and her eyes widened. How could there be such a delicious thing in this world? 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites, she couldn't feel anything at all. Lin Wu was surprised to find that there was no meat on the skewer. However, before Lin Wu said anything, she suddenly felt that something was wrong. Her body began to heat up and sweat dripped down. Lin Wu's face changed drastically. Senior, what on earth did you give me to eat? Han Fei looked up at Lin Wu and threw a jade slip to her. Little girl, you and I are destined to meet. You are so weak. Fine, I have a small technique here. I'll give it to you. Lin Wu took the jade slip and glanced at it. She was shocked to the extreme. This was a nameless, body-refining technique with 108 strange movements. Lin Wu resisted the impact of the terrifying energy in her body and suddenly heard a leisurely voice. If you don't cultivate, your body will explode in 100 seconds at most. Wow. Lin Wu didn't dare to hesitate. She quickly began to imitate the first movement and began to cultivate. It's so difficult. When Lin Wu made the first move, he felt uneasy. How could there be such a difficult movement in this world? However, it was also at this moment that she heaved a sigh of relief. The energy in her body seemed to have a place to vent and was circulating rapidly. Impurities were being discharged from the surface of her body. Bam! When the first ray of dawn appeared in the sky, Lin Wu directly lay on the ground. It was too tiring. This was more tiring than fighting on the sea for a day. However, the benefits were extremely obvious. In just one night, she was like a completely different person. Lin Wu felt that her strength had increased by more than 30%. Her physique seemed to have improved, and her dantian seemed to have recovered a lot. What a terrifying technique! However, when Lin Wu looked at the small soil slope again, the white-bearded old man was nowhere to be seen. Lin Wu immediately looked around and quickly held the jade slip. She knew that she had met an expert. An expert must have taught her a divine technique. This matter must not be leaked. Juyin Ling sensed that Lin Wu was sneaking back home and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why don't you just teach her?" Han Fei chuckled. "Don't you think it's more interesting? I've become the white-bearded old man in other people's stories. Isn't it cool?" Juyin Ling, the next day, Lin Wu came to the small soil slope again and saw the white-bearded old man who was barbecuing again. She immediately knelt on both knees. "Master," bam! An invisible force lifted Lin Wu up, and a voice filled with the vicissitudes of life could be heard. "I roam the world, and I have never accepted a disciple. However, you are too weak, so I'm just enlightening you." Lin Wu was a little flustered. Travel the world. How powerful must a person be to do that? For some people, the weak were like drowning people. It was their instinct to seize all opportunities that they could. Lin Wu immediately said respectfully, "Senior, please teach me. I'll definitely work hard." Han Fei pondered for a moment and realized that he couldn't make all kinds of arrangements. Everything had a cause and effect. It should be enough if he taught her a little more. Han Fei said, "Fine. Since you and I are fated, I'll give you some pointers for a few days." Lin Wu was overjoyed. She was about to kneel, but she was slapped up. Han Fei said leisurely, "The strong kneel to the heavens and the earth, but not to the people. Along the way, tens of thousands of bones have died. There's no expert who kneels before you, do you understand?" Lin Wu was immediately shocked. "Yes, Senior." Han Fei finally touched his white beard. "You're a promising kid. I'll be here for a month. During this month, you can ask me one question every day. After a month, we'll be even. You can go on your own." Lin Wu's heart tightened. This might be a month that would change her life. She had to think carefully about every question. Juyin Ling watched from a distance and couldn't help but chuckle. Han Fei was still the same old Han Fei. He was still very naughty. "What are you laughing at? Things that are too easy to get will inevitably not be cherished. What I have is a reliable opportunity." Han Fei thought of the opportunities that Ran Tianfen had left for him, which were all based on luck. It was better for him to give opportunities in person. So on the first day, Lin Wu asked, "Senior, can you tell me the realm above the great fishing master level?" Han Fei said, "It's not good to know in advance. Don't set a great goal for yourself. That goal may become your inner demon. Han Fei was also curious at the beginning, but he didn't get to know it until later. Right now, he felt that the matter of becoming a king was almost becoming a demon in his heart. So, he didn't intend to tell Lin Wu. The next day, Lin Wu asked, "Senior, do you really have to kill people on the path of cultivation?" Han Fei said, "On the path of cultivation, there are millions of dead people. If you don't kill people, others will kill you. When you have absolute strength, do whatever you want." The third day, Lin Wu asked, "Senior, how can I obtain the resources in the sea safely?" Han Fei said, "Rob." The 30th day. At this moment, Lin Wu had returned to the peak of level 9. In just 1 month, not only had she fully recovered from her injuries, but her strength was also several times stronger than when she was at the peak of level 9. All of this was the credit of the old senior in front of her. She knew that this might be the last time she saw this mysterious, white-bearded old man. She thought about this question for a long time, but in the end she gave up. On this day, Lin Wu asked, "Senior, can I hug you?" Puff, cough, cough. Han Fei was dumbfounded. What are you thinking? Are excellent men really as dazzling as fireflies in the night? Can they attract girls no matter what? I'm already a white-bearded old man. Can't I escape this curse? Lin Wu grinned brightly. "Senior, you are the second closest person to me in this world. Can you?" Han Fei was silent for a while. Okay. However, when Han Fei was hugged by Lin Wu, he suddenly realized, cut off the karma? He was teaching Lin Miao Miao to cut off the karma, but now a new karma had been created. As for what the result would be, he didn't know yet. Immediately, Han Fei felt exhausted. "It's so hard for me." Cough, cough. Then, Han Fei casually threw out a few fish skin maps. "Fine, I've left a few small opportunities in this sea area. Whether you can get them or not, it depends on your own ability." Before Lin Wu had time to look at them, she saw Han Fei's body disappear in front of her eyes. At that moment, Lin Wu stood in place for a long time. Then she knelt down and kowtowed 3 times to the small soil slope. "Master, Lin Wu will never kneel to anyone else in this life." The 3rd chapter, asking for votes. Transitional chapter, explain this paragraph. End of this chapter. Chapter 1164. Han Fei and Zhou Yinling had seen everything that Lin Wu had done. Han Fei was speechless. "Look, she's so promising. She taught me for nothing." Uft. Zhou Yinling smiled foolishly. "You're already an existence that can travel the world. Doesn't this little girl admire you?" Han Fei looked at Zhou Yinling with a weird expression and said, "Little Nine, you've changed. You even know how to tease people. Don't forget that I taught you how to enter the human world." Suddenly, a voice sounded in Han Fei's heart. "Hee, you talk nonsense every day. You're the only one who can teach opportunities. Your small opportunities are not enough for you to become an explorer." Han Fei's face darkened. "Shut up. Do I have to teach someone in the Pioneer Sea realm to be considered an opportunity?" Since chatting with the old turtle last time, Han Fei could already chat with this old turtle freely. Of course, the two of them were usually mocking each other, as if they couldn't stand each other. Of course, the origin of the old turtle was still an unsolved mystery. It seemed that this old turtle didn't even know where he was. Only through a secret method could he break free from some kind of shackles. But who knew that as soon as his soul escaped, Han Fei would cut off his Tao and basically cripple him? Therefore, Han Fei roughly knew that this old turtle still had some strength, but his body was gone, his soul was seriously injured, and his Tao was cut off. Even if he still had hidden strength, under the suppression of the demon purification pot, he was no longer a threat. 4 years. It wasn't fast, but it wasn't slow either. Every day, the two of them went fishing on the sea like ordinary people. Of course, fishing was not real. They digested, grew, and cultivated in secret. However, Ju Ling was repairing her foundation, and Han Fei was visualizing the god-scaring painting. The two of them were geniuses, and in such a harmonious state, they naturally made rapid progress. When they came back at night, the two of them lived separately. Most of all, Han Fei would talk to them about the ways of the world every day. For example, when someone in this family treated him to a meal, Han Fei would occasionally go there and get some low-quality wine to drink, so that he and Ju Ling wouldn't be separated from normal life. Ju Ling thought that since they were living together, it didn't matter if they slept together or not. As long as he could see Han Fei every day and listen to him babble, it would be good enough. It was better than when he was in the Thug Academy. After all, Luo Xiaobai often appeared out of nowhere in the Thug Academy. In the past 4 years, no acquaintances had appeared. Old Bai, Old Jiang, and everyone else related to him didn't show up. As for Lin Wu, as early as 3 years ago, the courtyard next door was empty. In the eyes of outsiders, Lin Wu had suddenly risen to power. After 2 years, he finally returned to the realm of a fishing master. Soon after Lin Wu left home, in the Wind Rain village, at least around Han Fei's home, people often heard rumors about Lin Wu. Lin Wu's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and he had survived the small fish tide. Lin Wu had a conflict with someone, and he had been robbing that person for half a month. Lin Wu obtained a heaven-defying spiritual fruit in the level 2 fishery that could improve his spiritual heritage. The most recent story that had been circulating was from a year ago. It was said that Lin Wu had entered the soaring Cloud Town arena and achieved 100 consecutive victories in solo battles, shocking the entire soaring Cloud Town. But in Han Fei's ears, these so-called legends were quite normal. In every village, there would always be some people who would be remembered by the people. After that, it was the things that happened in the level 3 fishery, which couldn't be spread to the village, so Han Fei didn't bother to pay attention to it. On this day, Han Fei and Ju Ling, as usual, were greeted by people on the way to the port. "Old Tai, when are you going to forge a stick for me? You've been going to sea a lot recently." Han Fei said, "I'll do it when I come back." Someone laughed and said, "Old Tai, your craftsmanship seems to have improved recently. Why don't you open a shop and forge weapons? You won't starve to death." Han Fei smiled innocently. "I can't afford to open a shop." Someone said, "Old Tai, would you like some meatballs? Even if you don't eat them, Lil Nan will." Han Fei took out a pile of sea coins, counted 20, and handed them over. "Then I'll have one." Every time this happened, Ju Ling would wait aside with a smile. Whether the meatballs were delicious or not, Ju Ling liked this feeling very much. When he took the meatball, Han Fei's innocent face suddenly trembled, and his body slightly stiffened. A leaf grew out of the withered branch. Ju Ling narrowed her eyes and didn't look around warily. Han Fei took the meatball calmly, handed it to Ju Ling, and said casually, "No one's here. It's time for me to go." Ju Ling was slightly stiff. Although she knew that this day would come a long time ago, she didn't expect it to come so soon. On the surface of the ordinary fishery, Han Fei said, "Go to the Scattered Stars Island. Once Old Tai dies, someone will definitely come to trouble you. By then, you'll definitely have to take action. Why don't you change your identity and go to the Scattered Stars Island?" Ju Ling nodded slightly. "Okay." At night, at the port of the Wind Rain village, dozens of fishing boats suddenly rushed over. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. There's a small fish tide in the fishery." After leaving the port, an inspector quickly shouted, "Where is it? How large is it?" Someone was still in shock. "It's not large. It seems to be only about 100 kilometers. However, I saw a boat being rammed." The next morning, the small fish tide became the topic of everyone's discussion. After investigation, the small fish tide seemed to be very harmless. It seemed that only a couple died. Those who knew him would sigh. "Old Tai is a good man, but good men don't live long." Someone would sigh. Xiao Nan is also a good wife. I've never seen Xiao Nan and old Tai quarrel. What a pity. 3 days passed, on the sea outside the Scattered Stars Island. On an ordinary fishing boat, Han Fei and Juyin Ling stood at the bow. Han Fei said, Xiao Jiu, the damage to your foundation has already been repaired. You've seen a lot of worldly affairs in the past few years. It's time for you to make a breakthrough, right? Juyin Ling nodded. I'm going to the Empyrean waterfall to make a breakthrough. Han Fei thought for a moment, took out a sea-swallowing seashell, and handed it to Juyin Ling. If your strength improves too fast and you want to become an explorer in the next few years, you must be very careful during your tribulation. Your path is not an easy one. There are a few array maps and 3 high-quality divine weapons in it, just in case. Juyin Ling smiled sweetly and took the sea-swallowing seashell naturally. Okay, I'll try to wait for you to come back before making a breakthrough. Han Fei was lost for words. If you can make a breakthrough, why are you waiting for me to come back? Juyin Ling smiled playfully. I don't trust other people when I'm transcending a tribulation. Han Fei curled his lips. If you want to transcend a tribulation, look for Shueishenqi. Although I'm not sure if this guy is on our side, he will definitely be happy to see someone on the Scattered Stars Island becoming an explorer. Juyin Ling nodded. Okay, I'll wait for you to come back. Han Fei was speechless. Did you hear what I said? You should make a breakthrough. In 3 years, a war will break out on the Scattered Stars Island. In a year or 2 at most, the 10,000 Demon Valley will definitely take action. Also, it will definitely not be a war on the level of the 8 wings of Blue Feather. If you are not strong enough, it will be hard for you to protect yourself in a battle between experts. Juyin Ling nodded quickly. Got it. Just go. I'm going to walk my own path too. Han Fei rolled his eyes. You think I'm being long-winded? You've finally grown up. Han Fei smiled bitterly and said indifferently, I'm leaving. Han Fei disappeared. In the past 4 years, he hadn't been doing nothing. Because of his level 9 spiritual heritage, even if he didn't do anything, his body would automatically absorb spiritual energy and energy to slowly transform his body. At this moment, if 4 years ago he was still a peak-level law enforcer and hadn't fully adapted to the fusion of his great old body and himself. But now, Han Fei's strength had risen to a higher level. In terms of realm, he had really reached the peak of law enforcer. The indestructible body had also reached the limit, and he only needed to make a breakthrough with the help of the tribulation. Once the indestructible body broke through, his strength would definitely be much stronger than that of ordinary explorers. Without any hesitation, Han Fei soared into the sky and left. He still had a long, long way to go. The responsibilities on his shoulders were still very heavy. The key was whether old Han and the others were doing this for his own good or not. He had to find a way to jump out of their game. Juyin Ling waved her hands at the void, put her hands to her mouth, and shouted, I'll wait for you to come back. Cough, cough. Han Fei rushed all the way. Compared with the 1,000-star city, he was much more familiar with the unknown place. Half a day later, Han Fei was running all the way and didn't even need the Wind God boat. His body could devour unlimited energy. The level 9 spiritual heritage could not only absorb energy, but also automatically absorb spiritual energy. Therefore, no matter how he flew now, he no longer had to worry about not having enough spiritual energy or energy. Suddenly, a person appeared in Han Fei's perception. A very familiar person was standing in the void. Shueishenqi. In a few seconds, Han Fei was not far from Shueishenqi. The two looked at each other, and Han Fei grinned. Senior, were you deliberately waiting for me? Shueishenqi looked serious and said indifferently, No one can enter the unknown place without being noticed. It's the same for venerables, let alone you. Han Fei cupped his hands. General, what can I do for you? Shueishenqi was already so cold and solemn, like an iron-blooded god of war. He said straightforwardly, "I know where you're going. If it's possible, check out the attitude of the demon plants and confirm how friendly they are towards humans." Huh. Han Guanchu pointed in the direction of the 10,000 Demon Valley. "If I'm not mistaken, the mysterious royal city is already ready to make trouble. Recently, the battles outside the Scattered Stars Island have become more frequent. For those venerables of the big families in the Thousand-Star City, the appearance of king-level corpses may be something they would like to see. After all, it's the corpse of a king-level king. Even the materials on it are extremely precious." Han Fei wondered, why didn't they rob it before? Han Guanchu said indifferently, "If they did, they would almost offend everyone in the Thousand-Star City. Even they can't afford it. Once they do this, no one from the big families will be able to step out of the Thousand-Star City. But if the sea demons attack the island, they will have enough reasons to fight for it in the name of protecting humans. Can you imagine the consequences? The sea monsters are attacking the island, and the humans are not united at all. This is also the reason why I'm on your father's side and gambling with him." Han Fei said solemnly, "I know. But I don't know the situation over there, let alone the attitude of the demon plants towards humans." Han Guanchu nodded. "It doesn't matter. You can't count on others. Also, in addition to the demon plants, there should be other people over there, but I'm not sure, but you can try to find helpers. If you can become a king, these things should be yours. So, you are the one who should be the most concerned." Han Fei nodded. "I see. Goodbye. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter." Chapter 1165. Han Fei felt a lot of pressure. The Thousand-Star City was not united, and a group of venerables coveted the opportunity to become kings. They didn't care about the life and death of ordinary people. In other words, ordinary people were just tools for the big clans to accumulate wealth and collect resources. In this regard, they were no different from those people in the City of Justice in the Age of Doom. In his mind, a low voice said, "Boy, your territory is not big, but you're fighting fiercely. It seems that you have to go to other places to undergo the tribulation." Han Fei snorted. "It's none of your business. Don't always think that you're very knowledgeable. Who hasn't been a weakling before? When I succeed in my tribulation, I'll be a strong master." The old turtle despised him. How can an explorer be a strong master? It's just a minor heavenly tribulation. I just took a nap and passed it. What does a minor heavenly tribulation look like? I didn't even see it. Han Fei was even more contemptuous. Stop bragging, keep bragging. Sure enough, the longer you live, the more shameless you are. In the past few years, this old turtle would nag when he was free. As a great devil, very likely to be an emperor-like existence, in the end he hid in his body and only knew how to brag. Suddenly, Han Fei felt that the dry branch trembled. Immediately, he stopped and took out the dry branch. The moment Han Fei took out the dry branch, the tender leaf fell directly. When the leaf fell on the sea, within a radius of a kilometer, a vortex gradually appeared. Some withered yellow roots emerged from the edge of the vortex. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled up, and he dived in. After a while, the scene in front of him suddenly changed. Large tracts of broadleaf seaweed appeared in Han Fei's vision. Han Fei saw that some fish were leaving quickly, and a big octopus crawled into the gaps of the plant roots. However, there were not many of these creatures, nor were they very strong. He didn't see a single peak-level hanging fisher. Han Fei knew that the leafless tree also paid a heavy price in that battle. More than half of the primitive beings here had perished. Interesting. There used to be a king seal here. Your strength has been suppressed to the level of a peak-level hanging fisher. Han Fei wondered, a king seal? You can feel it? Nonsense, this emperor is a mighty emperor. Even if he's only left with his divine soul, he's still a mighty emperor. Han Fei curled his lips. Go ahead. Right now, you are a prisoner. Was the king's seal really that powerful? You can even seal your realm? The old turtle disdainfully said, "You wouldn't understand even if I told you. A summer insect cannot speak of ice. A frog in a well cannot speak of the sea. The power of a king is not something you can imagine. One shouldn't try to judge a king with the power of a sovereign." You're not even a venerable now. Han Fei. Han Fei's face was awful. "Shut up. Don't interrupt next time." Buzz. At this moment, on the seabed tree next to Han Fei, the old face of the leafless tree appeared in front of Han Fei. "You've come?" Han Fei smiled and said, "Senior Wuye, you're quite fast. It's only been 5 years since I left, right?" The leafless tree's face twisted. "It's not short. Has there been an expert who has fallen recently? There seems to be a lot more spiritual energy and energy coming in from the outside. Otherwise, I'd have to wait for another year." Han Fei didn't chat with the leafless tree. What he was excited about was whether the third small vine had matured. He was going to pick the peaches now. "Senior Wuya, wait a minute. I'll be there soon." 1 day later, Han Fei finally flew slowly to the leafless tree. It should only take him half an incense stick of distance at most, but because of his realm, it took him a full day to arrive. Just then, when the leafless tree saw Han Fei, it said, "You're fast!" Han Fei rubbed his hands and said, "Ha! Senior, where is the vine?" Han Fei looked at it eagerly, but the leafless tree said slowly, "In the earth vein I can pull it out. However, be careful of the 10,000-year tree demon. The power emanating from that vine is too terrifying. It no longer devours energy and spiritual energy, so it looks very tempting." Han Fei's eyes immediately turned cold. The 10,000-year tree demon? Han Fei immediately remembered that he didn't kill the 10,000-year tree demon, but just snatched its fruit. However, Han Fei didn't care. "Don't panic. If the 10,000-year tree demon dares to come out and make trouble, I'll kill it directly." Han Fei was very confident now. With his current strength, if he couldn't even deal with a 10,000-year tree demon, how could he be called a peerless heavenly talent? How could he be qualified to be a king? The leafless tree grunted, and its branches began to shake. The ground was trembling, and there seemed to be roots moving underground. It seemed that the leafless tree also wanted to get rid of the little vine. Over the years, almost half of the energy and spiritual energy in the entire demon forest channel had been eaten by the little vine. If this continued for another few decades, the leafless tree wondered if the little vine would suck the entire demon forest channel dry. In Han Fei's mind, the old turtle said leisurely, "What are you talking about? Why do I feel that except for a little tree demon, I don't feel anything else?" Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Tree demon, where is it?" The old turtle said, "About 150 kilometers ahead on the left. Isn't that it?" "It's coming here." Han Fei scanned with his perception, and in an instant he saw a small thorn that was wriggling forward with the seaweed. Inadvertently, he had traveled a few hundred meters forward. Han Fei raised his eyebrows. "How dare it come? Is this thing here to compete with me for the demon refining vine?" Was he out of his mind? Han Fei said calmly, "Ignore it." Buzz, 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 rumble. The ground trembled more and more violently, and the ground where Han Fei was began to bulge slowly, before a small emerald green vine emerged from the ground. The old turtle was still wondering, "Why can't I perceive it when it's so close?" However, when the little vine emerged from the ground, Han Fei heard a roar in his mind. How is it possible? Isn't this already a complete soul-type treasure? Why is there a vine outside? The old turtle began to roar in panic. 2 vines had almost killed it. What would happen if there were 3? Han Fei said angrily, "Shut up! I don't have time to kill you. This is my opportunity. If you roar in my head again, believe it or not, I will kill you in minutes." The big turtle shivered. At this moment, Han Fei's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly reached out and grabbed at the air. Clang! It was a red spike that was exceptionally sharp. Han Fei felt the pain of being pricked, and even his palms were bleeding from the pain. Little tree demon, how dare you compete with me? 5 years ago, you were no match for me. 5 years later, do you still want to turn the world upside down? Han Fei directly grabbed the small thorn, and with a thought, the void lines hooked onto the thorn. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to have hooked a huge soul. Oh my God, I underestimated you. However, it's useless. Get out of here. Let me go. Under the effect of the void lines, this 10,000-year tree demon was still able to resist. It seemed that if it weren't for the restriction of this space, this 10,000-year tree demon wouldn't be weak. However, Han Fei didn't care about it at all. The void lines hooked all the thorn, and then Han Fei just ignored it. At this moment, nothing was more important than collecting this small vine. Han Fei's heart was pounding. Han Fei stretched out his palm, and a small green gourd appeared. The 2 vine leaves swayed slightly, and the 3rd small vine flew over with a swish. When the 3rd small vine was about to combine with the demon purification pot, Han Fei felt his arms shaking and trembling as if a small mountain was pressing down on him. The old face of the leafless tree looked at this scene with a serious expression, and its tree eyes widened as if it was waiting for this scene curiously. At this moment, the most panicked person was the old turtle. The head of this self-proclaimed emperor was shivering in the black fog turtle shell. Chi. When the small vine finally sank into the mouth of the gourd, the green light shone brightly and the ripples shook. Han Fei felt refreshed, as if he had been doused with a basin of ice water on a summer day. At that moment, Han Fei didn't know if it was an illusion, but he had a feeling that this little gourd was alive. When Han Fei took a closer look and scanned it in his mind, he found that there were no new special functions. Han Fei swallowed. If the functions of the demon purification pot didn't increase, it must have been enhanced. For example, when Han Fei looked at the combat skills again, the text description disappeared. The demon purification pot's current deduction limit has been reached. If deduced again, it will involve the mysteries of heaven and earth and will damage the demon purification pot. Surprisingly, at this moment, the demon purification pot could deduce venerable level combat skills and cultivation methods. Han Fei suddenly felt excited. This little vine had finally returned. The leafless tree next to him, whose face was still in high spirits just now, immediately drooped and let out a long sigh of relief. It's finally gone. Han Fei clenched his hand and took back the demon purification pot. He urgently needed to do one thing. His 4th contractual spiritual beast should be able to be fused, right? The fused creature had been lying in the demon purification pot for a long time. However, Han Fei still glanced at his mind space first and said, "Gourd, suck that turtle to death for me." Han Fei didn't care whether this thing was an emperor or not. What was the big deal about having a terrifying and evil creature living in his body? The old turtle roared, "Bastard, you just said you wouldn't kill me." Han Fei said in surprise, "Can you hear my thoughts?" The old turtle continued to roar, "Of course, your thoughts are spiritual sense. How can I not hear you?" Han Fei shrugged. "What are you roaring for? What are you roaring for? I just wanted to try. See, it's all right." Han Fei thought to himself, "It seems that the demon purification pot is still not obedient. It's a pity that this big turtle is not immortal at first glance." However, Han Fei ignored the roaring turtle and glanced at the 10,000-year tree demon that was controlled by him. "Huh, I let you go back then, and now you dare to ruin my plan? Okay, I'm short of a soul, so I'll take you first." Second chapter, Asking for Votes, end of this chapter. Chapter 1166. Han Fei could feel the plea from the 10,000-year tree demon. If the demonic plant channel hadn't suppressed its strength, Han Fei was almost certain that this guy would be a tough opponent, at least an explorer. However, if they were in the same realm, the 10,000-year tree demon's strength would pale in comparison. He was defeated by Han Fei as soon as they met. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree with a smile and said, "Mr. Tree, wait a moment. Let me collect this guy first." The leafless tree's voice sounded old. "Don't you want to go now? I can open the tunnel now." Han Fei said, "There's no hurry. I still have a few things to do." Han Fei was not in a hurry and sat down cross-legged not far away. The first thing he took out was the embroidery needle. This sea-quelling bizarre treasure hadn't acknowledged him as its master since he had obtained it. Previously, Han Fei felt that he was not strong enough to make it recognize him as its master. However, at this moment, his strength had reached the peak of law enforcer, and his physique was comparable to that of a middle-level explorer. There was no reason why he couldn't recognize him as his master. At this moment, Han Fei saw that half of the rust on the surface of the embroidery needle had peeled off. Come to think of it, he should already have the qualifications to recognize a master. Of course, he didn't dare to be careless. After all, he had almost lost half his life when he refined Snowmorn. When he took out the embroidery needle, he also took out more than 2,000 spiritual fruits in case of accidents. Rip. Han Fei opened his palm with Snowmorn, and blood immediately flowed out. Han Fei was a little surprised. His blood actually showed a trace of faint golden radiance. However, he didn't care too much about it. He held the embroidery needle and said in a low voice, "We're old buddies. You've seen how much my strength has grown. It's not too much for me to recognize him as my master, right? If nothing went wrong, it would only take a few minutes for him to become an explorer. At that time, even with all the resources I have, I can still become a peak explorer. Do you believe me?" In his heart, the old turtle roared, "I'll suck you to death. You're just a peak-level law enforcer. You want to easily subdue a sea-quelling bizarre treasure? How could it be so simple?" As soon as the old turtle said that, Han Fei suddenly felt refreshed, and his essence blood frantically poured into the embroidery needle. Slurp! In just a few breaths, 20% of the blood essence had been consumed. F*CK, I'm already a pinnacle law enforcer. Han Fei's expression changed drastically. His first thought was that Needle's level was higher than Snowmorn's. Otherwise, how could such a scene be created? Buzz! The indestructible body continued to be activated, and more than 1,000 spiritual fruits around Han Fei crumbled. As long as he nurtured vitality and stimulated his chi and blood, would he be afraid that he wouldn't be able to lift a stick? Ka. He saw the rust on the embroidery needle cracking. The actual consumption was not as exaggerated as the old tortoise had said. Of course, Han Fei wouldn't be sucked to death. There were so many spiritual fruits here. In just over 30 breaths, the rust on the body of the embroidery needle had all cracked, revealing its real body. It was an exquisite black staff, and its body was covered with array patterns. It was a pity that the carvings were very fine and did not affect the feel of it at all. The patterns were dark golden color and didn't look very eye-catching. This kind of color could not cover the black color of the rod itself. When the full appearance of the embroidery needle appeared, Han Fei was shocked. It looked extraordinary. Could it compare to the golden cudgel? The leafless tree said, "What a powerful weapon. It's much stronger than the branch of the 10,000-year tree demon." The old tortoise in Han Fei's body also widened its eyes. What it said just now was just in a fit of anger. The sea-quelling bizarre treasure was strong, but a weapon was a weapon. No matter how strong it was, it couldn't absorb so much of Han Fei's essence blood in the blink of an eye. After all, this was only a master recognition. He hadn't used it to fight yet. After half an hour, Han Fei's face was pale. 1,000 spiritual fruits were obviously not enough, and the vitality of the indestructible body was about to be suppressed. Bam! 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 When the other 1,000 spiritual fruits were shattered again, Han Fei was refreshed again, as if he had been injected with vitality. Half an hour later, Han Fei shattered another 1,000 spiritual fruits, and then he felt the suction force drop sharply. The old tortoise was stunned to see this. The old tortoise cursed in Han Fei's body. "You're so lucky! You brat, where did you get this stick? It's even a war stick commonly used by kings." Huh! Han Fei was shocked. The embroidery needle used by kings? Han Fei was overjoyed. "Old guy, if you had shown your useful side earlier, I wouldn't have to suck you to death. How is it? What do you think of this stick?" Now that his essence blood was consumed less, Han Fei had enough time to chit-chat. The old tortoise snorted heavily. "However, don't be complacent. The sea-quelling bazaar treasure is just a weapon commonly used by kings. It will be very common when you reach the Pioneer Sea state." Han Fei didn't think so. "I'm only a peak-level law enforcer. I'm still far from becoming a king. Now, I have 2 sea-quelling bazaar treasures. What do you call this?" "This is called skill," the old tortoise disdainfully said. "Even if you recognize them as your master, you can't exert their true strength. The quality of that sword is much worse. When you become an explorer, you can probably use 5% of its strength. As for this stick, forget it. If you don't become a venerable, you can't even use 5% of its strength." Han Fei was stunned. "Is it so difficult to use it? No wonder every time I use Snowmorn, it doesn't seem to be very powerful. Apart from not being broken, it doesn't seem to be very different from the power of a divine weapon. It turns out that the other party has the strength, but I can't use it at all." Han Fei couldn't help but say, "I still have a secret method to push my strength to the peak. I can't not use 10% of my strength." The old tortoise let out a disdainful voice and mocked. "When you meet a real strong opponent, even if you use 10% of your strength, so what? If you can defeat them, you can defeat them without using a sea-quelling bazaar treasure. You can't beat them. Even if you use them, you may not be able to beat them." Han Fei said angrily, "Shut up. I'm happy. Why do you care?" After consuming a total of more than 3,500 spiritual fruits, Han Fei finally recognized the embroidery needle as its master. It didn't matter how many spiritual fruits he used, because Han Fei still had about 30,000. And this was because the looted resources in the year after the Scattered Stars Island were given to Luo Xiaobai and the others. These were the spiritual fruits he ate in his dream in the reincarnation mystic realm and consumed countless of them. Otherwise, the amount of resources Han Fei had would have reached a terrifying number. Han Fei picked up the embroidery needle again. Immediately, it felt as light as a feather. Han Fei thought, "Even if I can't use its full strength, it's enough to hit people." However, when Han Fei wanted to see if there was any information about the embroidery needle, in his eyes there was still no information. It was the same with Snowmorn. Han Fei couldn't help but take out his blood-drinking knife. Name blood-drinking knife introduction. It's made of black, yellow, green iron, blue dragon venomous fangs, grand green essence, wind essence, star clam shell. It can cut divine gold and rare iron. Supplemented by a soul, it can become an ultra-quality divine weapon. Quality, high-quality divine weapon, soul attachment, none, recastable, unrefined note. Soul attachment is required to show the perfect form. Han Fei's heart did a flip. He didn't need the golden seal very much now. With the law of gravity, the power of his explosion, and the assistance of the array, it was already very painful to hit someone. But the blood-drinking knife was the weapon he was most comfortable with at present, so he could give it a try. Soul attachment. Han Fei didn't care whether this 10,000-year tree demon was willing or not. The demon purification pot appeared and directly sucked the 10,000-year tree demon and the blood-drinking knife into it. Seeing this scene, the old turtle shivered. This gourd can be used like this? Immediately, the old turtle's eyes rolled. It was too terrifying. He knew that the best thing on Han Fei was this gourd, which was far beyond the level of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. Judging from its current power, it might have reached the level of a divine weapon. The old turtle thought for a moment. In the future, he should give this kid some advice occasionally. After all, Han Fei was not completely unable to control the demon purification pot, but his control was not complete. If Han Fei could control it one day, wouldn't he be doomed? As a dignified emperor, if he became the soul of the pot, his fate would be really miserable. After a while, a brand new blood-drinking knife flew out. It looked the same, but the information had changed. Name blood-drinking knife introduction. It's made of black, yellow, green iron, blue dragon venomous fangs, grand green essence, wind essence, star clam shell. It can cut divine gold and rare iron. Quality, ultra-quality divine weapon, soul attachment, 10,000-year tree demon, effect, armor piercing. Void demon sting, recastable, unrefined, remarks in the perfect state. When the knife is used, there must be void demon sting accompanying it. Han Fei nodded with satisfaction. Well, not bad. While admiring it, Han Fei seemed to understand something. The level of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was probably much higher than that of a divine weapon, and the current state of the demon purification pot was obviously not enough to read the information of a sea-quelling bizarre treasure. This meant that there must be other small vines scattered in other places in the demon purification pot. Anyway, Han Fei didn't believe that this was the limit of the demon purification pot. The old turtle said that a sea-quelling bizarre treasure was a king-level weapon. The appearance of the third small vine probably could only deduce things below the king level. If he went any higher, it might really exceed the level of understanding that he could comprehend. After all, Han Fei didn't know how terrifying a king-level weapon was. The Beast King and the Divine Prince were strong enough, right? They could only challenge 2 or 3 peak-level venerables at the same time at most. Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Turtle, how many peak-level venerables can a beginner king-level powerhouse defeat?" The old turtle's voice was deep and obviously disdainful. "How many? There's no comparison. No matter how useless a king-level powerhouse is, killing 7 or 8 peak-level venerables is a piece of cake. Even those extremely strong venerables can't be a match for a king-level powerhouse." Hiss! Han Fei's heart trembled. Sure enough, those below the king level are all ants. No wonder he couldn't see the information of the embroidery needle. It turned out that the gap was too big. The third update. Asking for votes. I need to think of new plots. My head is about to explode. Don't rush me these days. Live broadcast at 7 p.m. End of this chapter. Chapter 1167. The leafless tree was a little dumbfounded. The old face seemed to be shocked and looked at Han Fei strangely. Where is the 10,000-year tree demon? Where did it go? Looking at the 10,000-year tree demon's reaction, Han Fei immediately smiled and said, "Uncle Tree, don't think too much. Wait for me a little longer." Then he shouted in a low voice, "Turtle, close your divine senses. I have something secret to do." The big turtle said unhurriedly, "You and I are one now. I know everything you do. I can't seal it." Han Fei gnashed his teeth in anger. They couldn't kill it. If this went on, wouldn't he discover all the secrets of the demon purification pot? Even if he wanted to enter Forge the universe, should he take this guy with him? Thinking of this, Han Fei felt that he was still too weak and had to improve his strength quickly. At that time, even if he couldn't kill this old tortoise, he would have to restrict it in his body or subdue it for his own use. Han Fei said, "Mr. Tree, I'll set up an array. You don't have to watch." With that said, Han Fei stomped, and within 100 meters, circles of complicated lines began to light up. With Wang Han's foundation, he could be said to have reached the level of instantaneous small arrays. A slightly more complicated array would only delay him a little. The leafless tree's old face didn't show any curiosity. After all, he was just a guardian. At this moment, Han Fei looked a bit nervous. There were many things he needed to do on this trip to Wadawood Heaven. Breaking through to the next realm was just one thing. If there was a chance, he had to let the nine-tailed mantis shrimp grow up faster. If he released the nine-tailed mantis shrimp in the Wind and Rain Village, they might be exposed. But if he didn't release them, they had all reached a bottleneck and could break through at any time. At that time, his battle prowess would increase by leaps and bounds. Also, it had been a long time since he entered the Soul Sea. Contractual spiritual beasts were one thing, but spiritual beasts were the key. The next time he broke through, he would have to think of a way to enter the Soul Sea again. At this moment, 5 legends were lying in the demon purification pot. They were Ghost Eel Legendary, Tree Lobster Legendary, Sky Swimming Falcon, a legendary type, Darkwater Poison Frog Legendary, Wolf of Playfulness Legendary. This was the strongest batch of creatures Han Fei had collected so far. The level of synthesis was even higher than the 9 death soul-splitting octopus. With excitement, Han Fei said in his heart, "Fuse!" The 5 legendary creatures were shattered in the blink of an eye and absorbed by a dark vortex. Unlike in the past, this time it was a mixture of yellow, black, red, and many other dark colors. A thick and ancient aura surged toward them. Gulp! Han Fei swallowed. This time, it was definitely a ferocious beast. If he could match up to the creatures in the Beast King Valley, he would be satisfied. Not just Han Fei, but even the old turtle was a little surprised. Is this the ancient aura? Amidst their curiosity and anticipation, the light gradually dissipated. Meow, meow. Han Fei. Han Fei was dumbfounded. Was I hallucinating? Why did I hear cats meowing? When the mist dissipated, Han Fei's eyes widened. He was dumbfounded. What the hell is that? A dog? Are you King kidding me? What breed is this? Han Fei quickly rubbed his eyes and opened them again, only to find a big blue and black dog. Its tail was like a cloud, and on its back was a pair of blue feather wings that were gradually turning purple. Its head looked very serious and fierce, and its eyes were golden. On each of its 4 legs and front abdomen, there was a yellow, flame-shaped pattern. But no matter what it looked like, it couldn't change the fact that it was a dog. At this moment, they stared at each other. In Han Fei's eyes, information emerged. Contractual spiritual pet. Name, Heavenly Hound. Introduction, an ancient exotic species that likes to live in the muddy water and Een Mountains. It looks like a white dog with a black head, and its voice is changeable. It often uses cat sounds to reduce its sense of threat. The Heavenly Hound has a pair of wings with blue feathers that can twist the void. Its escape technique is extremely fast. It's good at stealth and likes to bully the weak. The Heavenly Hound has the ability to swallow the sky and the sun, but it needs to be stimulated passively. Level 41 quality ancient exotic contains spiritual energy. It can swallow unlimited spirits, food omnivorous. Prefers meat, battle skill, sky escape. Remarks, childhood Han Fei's eyelids twitched wildly. Heavenly Hound, the one from Erling Shin. Unlimited spirits. This guy is only level 41, but it can swallow unlimited spirits? No wonder it's an ancient exotic species. Han Fei couldn't help but touch his chin. It looks so serious, but it can also passively activate the ability to swallow the sky and the sun. It must be very powerful. But why doesn't it have a battle skill? Logically speaking, with your looks, wouldn't it be a pity if you didn't fight? Immediately, Han Fei thought of something. Does it mean that this guy doesn't need any battle skills? Like the tiger and the Han bear, it can tear the void with its claws? Han Fei nodded secretly. It's possible. However, he was still a little confused. Why did it have to synthesize a dog for a day? How awesome was it? Just from the 4 words, ancient exotic species, it was probably not an ordinary one. Han Fei was slightly startled. Can you talk? Meow meow. Yes, master. Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Can you stop meowing? Only cats meow like that. Meow, Han Fei. For some reason, Han Fei always felt that the way this dog looked at him seemed a little abnormal. Why was there a sharp gleam in its eyes? Chilu. The next moment, Han Fei was dumbfounded. The dignified heavenly hound rushed to him and rubbed his hand crazily with its head. Han Fei was shocked. You're a heavenly hound. You look so serious. Can't you show some of the temperament of a dignified heavenly hound? Huh. Suddenly, Han Fei felt something sticky on his hand and saw that this guy was licking his hand crazily. F***CK. Are you a pervert? Can you be a serious heavenly hound? Even if you can't be a heavenly hound, don't be a bootlicker. Han Fei hurriedly raised his hand and pushed the heavenly hound's head away. Don't move. The heavenly hound squatted on the ground and looked at Han Fei with glittering eyes. These eyes were originally golden. They were really made of titanium alloy dog eyes. It turned out that this thing really existed. Han Fei kept a straight face and thought to himself, the first contact with a contractual spiritual beast is still the same as before. As long as I feed it again and again, the effect will definitely be extraordinary. Han Fei asked, Are you hungry? The heavenly hound nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Han Fei grunted and took out a hungong fish. The flesh of this fish was tough, and dogs usually liked meaty fish. A hungong fish was more than 20 meters long. Han Fei decided to observe the heavenly hound carefully when it was eating. Han Fei waved his hand and threw the hungong fish to the ground. However, in the next moment, a huge dog had appeared. Good heavens, with a butt-gee, the fish was gone. F***CK. Han Fei's hands trembled. That's it. However, Han Fei didn't panic. The heavenly hound was not the only one with a big mouth. Little Black and Little White also had big mouths, but Lu Brinquang's sky-swallowing technique had even bigger mouths. This was a heavenly hound. It was a divine dog owned by Erlingshin. It would be abnormal if its mouth was small. Han Fei thought for a moment. Do you still want to eat it? Meow, meow. Yes. The corner of Han Fei's mouth twitched. You're not AF * King Cat. Where did you learn to meow? Han Fei thought to himself. They're all omnivores anyway. In an instant, big crabs, big conches, and big lobsters were thrown out. Anyway, these creatures were not of much use to him now. With a level 9 spiritual heritage, he didn't need such messy creatures to occupy the space and forge the universe. Of course, he kept the delicious ones for himself. If they were not delicious, he would feed them to the heavenly hound. Baji! Baji! At this moment, Han Fei saw it clearly. The heavenly hound seemed to be eating like Lu Rinquang's sky-swallowing technique. As soon as it opened its mouth, a black hole was formed, and then those creatures were sucked into its mouth. Han Fei muttered, if it's so good at eating, it must be good at fighting too. Han Fei had been curious. How could a synthesized creature talk? Where did its memory come from? Immediately, Han Fei said, Heavenly Hound, why can you talk? The heavenly hound rushed to Han Fei's hand and rubbed against it. I can only talk. Han Fei pushed the dog's head away, thinking maybe the demon purification pot is too magical, similar to genetic engineering or something. It extracts the characteristics of different creatures and then creates a new species. Han Fei immediately waved his hand and removed the big array. However, the heavenly hound directly bit the corner of Han Fei's clothes. You still want to eat? Han Fei was stunned. You still want to eat? You've eaten 8 creatures. Aren't you afraid of being stuffed to death? Han Fei was a little speechless. It was reasonable to say that these creatures contained a lot of energy and spiritual energy. Even if the heavenly hound was an ancient mutant, there should be a limit, right? Otherwise, if this guy kept eating, wouldn't he be unable to raise it? Would he have to catch fish for it every day? Thinking of this, Han Fei immediately said no more. Get lost. The old voice of the leafless tree said, what kind of creature is this? In an instant, a bolt of lightning rushed to the leafless tree with a swish, licked the tree with its big tongue, and then rubbed it with its head. The leafless tree's old face twisted. What is this? Go away, it's itchy. Han Fei didn't know what to say. What the F asterisk CK? You're just a licker. Do you know me? Why did you lick me? Han Fei shouted. Licker, shut up! Hearing this, the heavenly hound thought Han Fei was calling it. With a swish, it turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards Han Fei again. Come back. With a thought, the center of Han Fei's eyebrows flashed. The heavenly hound failed and turned into a blue light, rushing into Han Fei's body. Huh, what the hell is this? Can't there be a normal creature? In Han Fei's body, the old turtle didn't speak. If Han Fei were in his sea of consciousness at this moment, he would definitely see the old turtle looking uncertain. The old turtle thought to himself, why can I still see this damned creature? The first chapter, asking for votes. Heavenly Hound, modified according to the classic of mountains and seas, end of this chapter. Chapter 1168. What was the Shuemu heaven like? Han Fei knew nothing about it. However, since old Han had set up this trap many years ago and asked him to go, he either had confidence in himself or the Shuemu heaven. They were both immortal palaces. If there were no accidents, there should be a king-class powerhouse in the Shuemu heaven. After going through the age of chaos, although he didn't see a king, the Beast King was the one most likely to become a king. Did he become a king in the end? However, as far as Han Fei knew, during the age of chaos, the king was actually not in the City of Justice, and his strength could only limit him to go to the City of Justice and the 100,000 mountains. He couldn't explore the further worlds at all. Then, in this world, the Yin-Yang heaven was special and attracted the eye of the heavenly path, so there was no king here. What about the Shuemu heaven? The eye of the heavenly path couldn't also be looking there, right? At this time, Han Fei really wanted to ask, if the Yin-Yang heaven and the Shuemu heaven are so close, wouldn't it be easy for a venerable to cross 8 million kilometers of the sea? In fact, even an explorer would be able to find the Shuemu sky if they spent some time. He hadn't considered this question before, but now no one could ask. Han Fei looked at the leafless tree and said, Senior Tree, will you come with me? The leafless tree's old face shook a few times. I also want to go out, but I still need to guard this place for the time being. After you go out, give my branch to the Life Queen. Her Majesty will arrange a new guardian to come in. At that time I can go out. Han Fei said in surprise, The Life Queen? The leafless tree said in a trembling voice, You will know when you meet her. I'm going to open the channel now. Remember, with my strength, I can only open the channel for 10 seconds. Once you miss it, you will have to wait for another year. Han Fei was slightly shocked. Open it. Not to mention 10 seconds, the channel only needed to be open for 1 second, and he would have enough time to go over. On an extremely thick tree trunk, in front of a large tree stump covered with yellow wrinkles, a group of handsome boys and girls were gathered in a circle. And if one took a closer look, one would find that there were not only boys and girls here, but also birds listening on the branches. There were also strange insects crawling on the leaves. In the surroundings, there were lush branches and leaves swaying as if they were also listening. The reason was that there was a thick book in front of the withered tree stump. At this moment, it was spread out. An old and withered branch was shaking slightly, flipping through a book. If one took a closer look, how was this a tree stump? He had the shape of a human torso, but his legs were thicker and his feet were bigger. Its feet were round wooden stakes, and there were roots on the tree trunk. The upper body of the tree stump and its arms were in the shape of human hands. Only there would always be a few twigs sticking out of the trunk here and there, and occasionally 1 or 2 leaves would hang from the twigs. His head was more like a human. Other than eyebrows, ears, and nose, it had everything else. His eyes were especially big, and he could even see his thick double eyelids. Woo! There is no hair. There was a yellowish-green branch on top of the Trent's head. It looked like a weed. At this moment, the Trent's old voice was slowly narrating. In ancient times, there was a place called land in this world. There were people, flowers, trees, insects, birds, beasts, rivers. However, it encountered the Age of Doom, and the ferocious Sea Clan swept across the land. Our Monster Plant Clan joined forces with the Beast Clan, the Sky Clan, the Insect Clan, the Mountain Giants, the Giant King's Court, the human race, a total of more than 300 races, to fight against the enemy together. In that battle, living beings were plunged into misery and suffering, and races were destroyed one after another. However, a few races survived with difficulty. Okay, now let's ask, which race is the strongest? Immediately, a tender tree face appeared in the lush branches and leaves. I know. The Monster Plant Clan is the strongest, and the Life Queen has blessed all living beings. A big round insect with 2 antennae on its head said unwillingly, "Our insect clan is tied for first place. Legend has it that the insect queen carried the sea for millions of miles, and no sea demon dared to set foot in the insect realm." A little red sparrow said, "Our sky clan is tied for first place. Our ancestor, the great Kuin, swallowed billions of sea demons." The group of handsome young men and girls in front of the old tree said, "Grandpa Tree, what about our human race? Does our human race have a supreme expert?" A young man's eyes showed a sense of loss. Other races had the Insect Queen, the Great Kuin, and the Life Queen. Didn't they have peerless experts? The old tree laughed. "Don't worry, human race. Of course, there are also experts. Human race experts have a lot of honorific titles. In the history of the human race, there was a human king. On the other side of our waterwood heaven, in the yin-yang heaven, it is said that the strongest human there is called the sea god." A girl said in surprise, "Sea god sounds so unpleasant. It sounds like the Sea Clan." The red sparrow said, "The human king ran away. The human king ran away on a big ship. Otherwise, he would definitely have an honorific title." A young man snorted. "The human king didn't run away. He just went to find a new place to live." A fat worm said, "Yes, he ran away. If the human king didn't run away, we would definitely be able to defeat the Sea Clan." For a moment, there was a lot of chatter, and it became a noisy mess. A little treant said, "Grandpa Tree, what about the sea god on the other side of Waterwood Heaven? Did he run away too?" Immediately, the surroundings quietened down. Everyone was full of curiosity. The old treant laughed. "I don't think so. There, the passage I am guarding is said to lead to the sea god's domain. However, it has been sealed for too long. I heard that the sea god there is very powerful. He conquered a large territory and settled hundreds of millions of humans." "Wow." A young man said excitedly, "Did you hear that? Did you hear that? The human race also has experts. They're just next door." The fat worm snorted. Then, why haven't we seen them before?" The red sparrow said, "I heard from Grandpa that someone came here before." "Grandpa Tree, did someone come here before?" The old treant laughed. "Someone came, but he left very quickly. This is all in the past. No one knows why he came here." A young man said, "Grandpa Tree, then why don't we open the passage and let them come over?" The old treant's aged voice rang out. "Because there is a war over there too. It is said that the battle is very fierce. When the passage was sealed, it was said that all the kings took action, and the repercussions were too great. Therefore, the passage between the two sides was cut off." A little treant said regretfully, "Then we will also fight. But I have never heard of the Life Queen fighting." The old treant laughed so hard that the branches on his body shook. "Because we have the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Besides, what kind of expert is the Life Queen? Will you little brats know that the Life Queen has taken action?" "Ah." All of a sudden, Hong Kaer shrieked. The fat worm snorted. "What are you screaming for?" "Ow, ow." A human girl pointed at the tree trunk not far behind the old tree ant, in surprise. There a dense light lit up. Grandpa Tree, the door is open. The old tree ant let out a cry of surprise. The face that was facing the youths disappeared and then reappeared behind him. At this moment, he also stared in surprise at the teleportation array that hadn't been opened for many years. As soon as Han Fei came out of the teleportation array, he saw a group of strange creatures looking at him. A red bird was squawking, a fat meatworm was howling, and a group of little tree ants were shaking their branches with their eyes wide open. There was even an old tree ant that looked almost as old as the leafless tree. At that time, Han Fei's eyes immediately fell on a group of young boys and girls. F*ck so beautiful? Han Fei was shocked. In the past, he thought Zhang Xuanyu was already very handsome. He had never seen anyone more handsome than Zhang Xuanyu in his life. Even Diwu Haiguang felt that he was a little inferior. However, now he saw a group of people who were almost as handsome as Zhang Xuanyu and a group of children. Besides, he had seen a lot of beauties, such as He Xiaoyu's girl-next-door type, Xia Xiaochan's sassy girlfriend type, Ju Yinling's gentle and cute type, and Shimin Linglin's domineering style. Oh my God! Now this group of little girls in front of him all seemed to have come out of a painting. They were all top-notch in terms of appearance, but he couldn't tell what type they were. They were all very small and fresh. While Han Fei was in a daze, he heard the opposite side already crying. Grandpa Tree, is this the person next door? He is so ugly. Grandpa Tree, are the humans on the other side all so ugly? Then I don't want to go to the other side. This person looks so rough. Grandpa Tree, is he a strong master? The fat worm howled. Grandpa Tree, is this a human? Can a human look like this? At that time, Han Fei didn't feel good. What do you mean? What do you mean? Although I'm not handsome, elegant, or elegant, I have good facial features and am very domineering, right? Even if you don't give me 100 points, you should at least give me 80 points, right? F*ck, why do I have to be ugly? The old tree man scolded slowly. Don't be rude. Don't judge other people's flaws. This will cause a heavy blow to other people's hearts. Han Fei was speechless. Wait, Grandpa Tree, are you helping me? Or are you insulting me? The old tree man said amiably, Guest, are you from the Yin Heaven? Planning the plot. Only 2 chapters today. Chapter 1169. Cough, cough, cough. Of course. Han Fei wouldn't argue with a group of children. He immediately nodded to the old tree man. I'm Han Fei from the Yin Heaven. Although Han Fei was surprised by this scene, he didn't panic at all. After all, the scene in front of him seemed quite harmonious, not as horrible as he imagined. Before coming here, Han Fei thought that this place would be as vast and boundless as the sea-born grassland. He thought that the people here also lived on the floating island. But now, Han Fei's perception swept subconsciously, and then he was completely shocked. He was shocked to find that everywhere his perception swept, there were only branches. Hiss! What a big tree! Where is the trunk? Yes, Han Fei's perception could reach thousands of kilometers, but he couldn't sense where the trunk of this tree was. On the contrary, when Han Fei released his perception swept back. Someone shouted in a low voice, Where did this human boy come from? A big spider, covered with eyes, suddenly opened all its eyes and aimed at where Han Fei was. 100-meter-long giant python, wrapped around a tree trunk, stuck out its tongue and looked at Han Fei with a pair of eyes that seemed to be able to penetrate the space. And in the giant bird's nest in the bushes, a big fiery red bird chirped and directly shattered Han Fei's perception. At that moment, Han Fei was stunned. Where am I? The old tree man said leisurely, Sir, it's very impolite to perceive other people's living area at will. Han Fei cupped his hands and smiled awkwardly. Sorry, I'm new here. Please forgive me, Senior. Seeing that Han Fei withdrew his perception, the old tree man didn't care very much. Instead, he said leisurely, "Has Leafless died of old age?" Leafless? The leafless tree? Han Fei replied, "Senior Leafless Tree is fine now, but he only has 3 branches left." With that said, Han Fei took out the branch that Leafless gave him and said, "I wonder if I can see the Life Queen." Although Han Fei didn't know what kind of existence the Life Queen mentioned by the Leafless Tree was, since she could be called a queen, she was definitely the strongest of the strong. It was very likely that she was the current palace master of the Waterwood Heaven, a real king. The old treant stretched out a vine and took the branch from Han Fei's hand. On a small branch next door, the fiery red bird said in a delicate voice, "Humans over there, did you win the fight over there? Why can you come here? Why can't we go through?" A young girl said, "Big brother, will the humans over there come over?" Hearing this, Han Fei smiled. "The other side is still fighting, so they won't come. Right now, a great war is about to break out between humans and sea demons in Yin Yang Heaven." Han Kei seemed a little disappointed. "So you're also fighting a war?" Han Fei frowned. "What's going on? Are you saying that there's a war here too?" The old treant was dignified. Suddenly he said, "It's a leafless branch. However, human, if you're here to ask for help, don't open your mouth." Han Fei narrowed his eyes slightly. She had directly rejected him. The reason why Xue Xinqi stopped him on the road might be because he wanted him to ask for help. Although Xue Xinqi didn't say it, if Han Fei thought of himself as the lord of Yin Yang Heaven, he would probably put forward this idea after finding out the Shuemu Heaven's attitude. However, Han Fei shook his head and said lightly, "I'm not here to ask for help. I'm here to look for a tribulation in the Shuemu Heaven." Oh, the old treant was slightly taken aback. "Tribulation? Wow." The fat bug buzzed. "Tribulation? Are you going to become an explorer?" A teenager said in surprise, "Are you already a peak-level law enforcer?" A little treant was stunned. "You don't look very old. The creatures over there don't have the Life Queen's grace, and they don't look good-looking. How can they be so powerful?" The old treant shouted softly, "Be quiet." After the children settled down, the old treant took out a wooden sign that emitted a faint green glow and said, "Red Falcon, please come here." The old treant said, "Sir, please wait a moment. There's still some free time. If you don't mind, can you tell the children about Yin Yang Heaven?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Now that he didn't know who the enemy was, he couldn't reveal too much information. Han Fei's eyes flickered and he grinned. Of course. Immediately, the group of boys and girls, Little Red Sparrow, the little treant, and the bug all fell silent and looked at Han Fei. Han Fei smiled and said, "There are not as many races in Yin Yang Heaven as in the Shuemu Heaven. In Yin Yang Heaven there are only humans." "Wow. Are they all humans?" A little girl exclaimed, as if this was a very magical thing. A teenager's eyes widened. "Are the cloud, sea divine trees in Yin Yang Heaven all humans?" Han Fei's heart did a flip. Cloud, sea divine tree? So the place where he was now was a big tree called the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? The old treant trembled its branches and leaves and said, "Be quiet and listen to the guest's lecture carefully." The corners of Han Fei's mouth twitched. "What do you mean by a lecture? Did I become a lecturer as soon as I came here?" Han Fei smiled helplessly and said lightly, "In Yin Yang Heaven there are no cloud sea divine trees. Human beings all live in the air, and there are big floating islands flying above the sky. Humans have to take fishing boats and fly into the sea." Little Red Sparrow cried, "I know, it's the big floating stone island in the story. It turns out that it really exists." Han Fei was puzzled again. It seems that there are no floating islands here. But why do these people know about floating islands? And what kind of existence is this cloud sea divine tree? Han Fei said tentatively, "Yin Yang Heaven has a floating giant city, the 1,000-star city." The Thousand-Star City has 36 major towns, each of which has a radius of thousands of kilometers. Each town has 8 villages under its jurisdiction, which are also made up of floating islands. It's a very large scale, huh? Han Fei felt that he should take a look at the size of Yin Yang Heaven. Such a large city, so many towns, and so many villages. It shows that the human race is strong. However, before Han Fei could be proud, he heard the fat bug exclaim, "Yin Yang Heaven is so small." The group of boys and girls also nodded. Yes, Big Brother, why is Yin Yang Heaven so small? Was it beaten by the Sea Clan and reduced to such a small size? Small? Han Fei was stunned. Are you not afraid of being bitten by the wind? You call this small? The old tree man said leisurely, "Don't be noisy. Listen to the guest." Han Fei asked in a daze, "Wait, Senior, is the water would heaven very large?" A little tree said, "It used to be very big, but now it has become small. The coverage of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree is less than 500,000 kilometers." Pooh! Han Fei staggered. F*CKU. What's the meaning of this? What do you mean by less than 500,000 kilometers? Han Fei couldn't help but raise his head and look around. His heart skipped a beat. Is this tree so big? A girl said, 490,000 kilometers is equivalent to 500,000 kilometers. Han Fei almost fainted. F*CK. What kind of tree is this? A coverage of 490,000 kilometers? Do you really want to grow into space? No. Han Fei felt that this situation was very wrong. Although a tree could cover a large area, it also meant that the tree had to be very tall. Han Fei's perception had just swept 1,000 kilometers, but he didn't even see the top of the tree. What did this mean? The sky was very high. Besides, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree couldn't only be 1,000 kilometers high. According to this theory, it should be at least tens of thousands of kilometers high. Just how big was this world? Luo Xiaobai said that she saw a tree tens of thousands of meters high. Ha! If Luo Xiaobai came to the Waterwood Heaven and heard about the Cloud Sea Divine Tree, what would her reaction be? Cough, cough! Han Fei coughed and said, "Only the human race lives here. Why do we need such a big place? Let's talk about battles. There are many strong human beings. For example, a few years ago, I just participated in the battle between humans and sea demons. I sent out more than 5,000 hidden fishers, hundreds of law enforcers, dozens of explorers, and even venerables. It can be seen that human beings have been fighting fiercely and never stopped." A little tree man exclaimed, "Then this battle is quite a big one. Just like our extreme battlefield, there is a battle every year, with countless deaths and injuries." Han Fei's eyelids twitched. Every year? F*CK. Kid, are you kidding me? If we fight every year, won't all the people be killed? However, Han Fei couldn't disgrace his own race. Immediately, Han Fei sighed gloomily, and a trace of pity appeared in his eyes. Exactly. Not long ago, there was another battle. More than 10 venerables were sent out, including peak-level venerables. Of course, Han Fei didn't dare to say that this was a human civil war. However, at least it could show that there were still many strong masters in the Yin Yang Heaven. Wow. This time, the old tree man was a little shocked. Even peak-level venerables were sent out? It seems that the battle on the Yin Yang Heaven is very fierce. It's been many years since there has been such a battle in the Shuemu Heaven. Little Red said, "Venerables don't move. We only have 72 in total. They are very precious." Cough! Han Fei blacked out. How many venerables? 72? Han Fei didn't feel good. From this moment on, he needed to make one thing clear. He must not let the people here know the situation on the Yin Yang Heaven. Damn it, it's hard enough to deal with a big family in the Thousand-Star City. If the people here knew that there were no more kings in the Yin Yang Heaven, they might have other ideas. There were 72 venerables. If 72 venerables attacked together, they could destroy the 1,000-star city in minutes. At this moment, not far away, there was a flash of light, and a red giant falcon appeared with a swish. Han Fei immediately breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. I can't boast anymore. It's 2F** King Scary. First update. Asking for votes. End of this chapter. Chapter 1170. Unlike those creatures who are obviously still children, Han Fei could tell that this red falcon was an intermediate explorer the moment it appeared. When he was in the 100,000 mountains, Han Fei had seen a lot of sky creatures. This red falcon, also known as the red life falcon, was one of the few fire tribute birds. Their strength was very balanced, their bodies were not weak, their claws were sharp, and their beaks were comparable to high-quality divine weapons. When the red falcon saw Han Fei, it tilted its head. "Senior Thousandwood, where did you come from?" The old treant shook the treetop on its head and said in an old voice, "Leafless, let me come here alone. I'm not here to ask for help." The red falcon looked at Han Fei for a while. A peak-level law enforcer. He shouldn't be slow. In that case, come with me. It's a long way, but can I meet the queen? I'm not sure. Han Fei nodded with a smile, thinking, can I meet the king directly? I don't know if old Han has left any backup plans here. But in any case, the creatures of the Waterwood Heaven don't seem to have a bad attitude towards me. At least they aren't hostile. Han Fei cupped his hands at the old treant. "Senior, I'll take my leave first." A boy shouted, "Big brother, will you come back?" Han Fei smiled. "Maybe." Swish! The red falcon directly flew out, not stopping for even a moment, heading straight for the sky. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the obstacles of branches. Huh? On purpose? Han Fei saw that this red falcon came on a teleportation array. Besides, the red life falcon was obviously not the fastest among the sky creatures. However, all falcon-type creatures were not slow in their flying speed. Han Fei smiled. "Let's compete then." Swish! The phantom glass wings spread out, and before the teenagers were surprised, Han Fei disappeared with a swish. The red falcon only intended to test Han Fei. After all, Han Fei came with the token of the leafless tree and was considered a guest. However, not every guest could meet the real master of the Waterwood Heaven. This boy was a peak-level law enforcer and was too weak. If he couldn't even pass Han Fei's test, how could he meet the Life Queen? However, the moment Han Fei unfolded the phantom glass wings, the red falcon was slightly surprised. Could humans have wings too? Below, the youths in Honkaer were astonished. "Grandpa Tree, he has wings. That person has wings." Honkaer screamed, "Grandpa Tree, that Han Fei is so fast." The old Trent's eyebrows twitched as he laughed out loud. If he didn't have any strength, how could he have come to the Waterwood sky from the Yin-Yang Heaven? All right, let's get back to class. Where were we? Kestrel was stunned. This human was so fast. He was clearly only at the peak of the law enforcer level. Although he had only used 30% of his speed, it was still not something a human could compare to. At this moment, Han Fei followed the red falcon with a smile, about 2 or 3 meters behind, seemingly at ease. "Humph, I want to see how fast you are." The red falcon continued to accelerate, directly reducing its speed to 50%, like a red beam of light rushing into the sky. Moreover, there were tree trunk barriers along the way. At such a high speed, it was almost impossible for an ordinary person to catch up. However, the next moment, the red falcon was surprised to find that Han Fei was still 2 or 3 meters behind it. At this moment, the red falcon stopped underestimating him. After all, in the endless years, there were only a handful of people who could come to the Waterwood sky from the Yin-Yang Heaven. It was almost impossible for a non-peerless, heavenly talent to do so. Since this human was here, he must have some skills. The red falcon accelerated all the way. 60%, 70%, 80%. When the red falcon reached its maximum speed, It realized that Han Fei was still able to keep up with it. It sighed. Is this the peak of law enforcer? Besides, the Red Falcon found that Han Fei's eyes were darting around. At such a high speed, he still had time to observe the surrounding environment. And Han Fei was no less surprised than the Red Falcon. He was surprised because this Cloud Sea Divine tree was too tall. There were really a lot of creatures living on this tree. He saw legendary big spiders hanging in the air, giant moths lying on the branches, and some branches were so thick that there were even many tree houses built on them. Of course, when the Red Falcon and Han Fei were rushing at full speed, many creatures cast their senses at them. A giant python was surprised. Human beings? How can there be such ugly human beings? A big centipede, supporting its body, muttered, Are they sick? They are all explorers. Why are they still flying? If they don't take the teleportation array, they can just tear the void. Han Fei also looked at a human powerhouse. He found that the adult woman, with long hair tied up, wearing a green battle suit, holding a longbow in her hand, was also looking at him. At this moment, the Red Falcon said to Han Fei via voice transmission, Boy, can you go faster? Han Fei smiled. I think so. The Red Falcon asked, Can you also tear the void? Han Fei thought for a moment and nodded slightly. He could tear the void, but that was different from the heavenly void divine walking technique. At the moment of tearing the void, his speed would be slower than that of a real explorer. If it was in a battle, it was not suitable to use. Besides, the way the two entered the void was different. The explorer directly tore the void, while Han Fei relied on speed to find the weak point of the void and penetrate it. These were two completely different concepts. The Red Falcon roared, Tear the void with me. Chilla! The Red Falcon disappeared, but Han Fei didn't panic. The heavenly void divine walking technique was different from tearing the void. He could capture some changes in the void, but tearing the void didn't care about these changes. Chilla! In the darkness, Han Fei was only a little slower than the Red Falcon, but this little distance might actually be more than 500 kilometers away. Therefore, Han Fei activated the agility of wind. Swish! Seeing that Han Fei really caught up, the Red Falcon immediately confirmed Han Fei's strength. As a peak-level law enforcer, he was so fast that he could tear the void. No human from the water would heaven could do that. The Red Falcon thought to himself, Sure enough, those who can come from the Yin-Yang heaven are not ordinary people. In this case, I'd better take him to see the king. In fact, the explorers tearing the void was not omnipotent. When they walked in the dark void, they actually just set a target point for themselves. Before reaching this target point, they couldn't observe the real situation in the outside world. But if it was a chase, they could set the target as the target point and appear with the target. At the moment they appeared, they could choose whether to go out or not. If the outside world was dangerous, they could continue to walk in the void. Of course, Han Fei felt that this rule might not apply when they reached the peak-level explorer level. At that level, they were much stronger than ordinary advanced explorers, and it was possible that they could see the outside world in the dark void. About half an hour later, the Red Falcon said, Get ready to go out. Swish! Swish! The Red Falcon stopped in the void. At that moment, the Red Falcon's sharp claws tore the void, and a flash of white light appeared. Han Fei's eyes flickered slightly. He rarely entered the void, so when he saw the Red Falcon's operation, he had some experience. Condensing all the power in one point, then vibrating and tearing the void in the vibration. Han Fei looked as casual as usual, as if he had known it a long time ago. The Red Falcon glanced at him. Let's go out. Swish! Swish! The moment Han Fei appeared in the void, several perceptions swept over him. Han Fei was shocked. A venerable. He was too familiar with this feeling. When a venerable's perceptions swept over, there would inevitably be a sense of threat and oppression. On the contrary, even peak-level explorers didn't give Han Fei such a strong feeling. When Han Fei looked around, he found that he seemed to have appeared in a square. If it weren't for the wooden branches under his feet, he would have wondered if he had arrived on land. In front of Han Fei, the most visually shocking thing was a skyscraping wall that he couldn't see the end of at a glance. Looking up, he found that there seemed to be a roof at an extremely high place. Wow, the trunk? Han Fei's eyes moved slightly. This could only be the trunk. It looked like AF* King's city wall, and the thing above his head was probably the other branches. On the trunk, there were complicated array patterns engraved. Han Fei certainly recognized that it was a teleportation array. The Red Falcon said softly, "Venerable, an envoy from the Yin heaven, holding a leafless wood, requests to see Her Majesty." In front of the teleportation array, a big golden bird appeared. Wait. Han Fei's pupils constricted. That's not a bird, but a bat? The bat didn't show much of its body, but it folded its wings and turned into a human form, a cold man in a golden battle suit. However, the cold man's eyes were covered with a golden mask, giving off an extremely cold feeling. Wait. Chilla. The Venerable didn't move at all. He turned around and stepped into the teleportation array. Han Fei was a little surprised. Isn't tearing the void faster than a teleportation array? The Red Falcon said, although the Divine Palace is indeed on the top of the Cloud Sea Divine Tree. Since you are from the Yin heaven, you should know that the Divine Palace is in a space crack. It can't be seen in the real world. Han Fei realized that the Divine Palace turned out to be built in a space crack. No wonder so many people couldn't find it. Immediately an idea came to him. I know. I'm just surprised that this senior can turn into a human form. Seeing that Han Fei was surprised, the Red Falcon immediately said, "It seems that there are no other races in the Yin heaven. When you reach the realm of a venerable, it's up to you whether you can turn into a human or not. It's not difficult to find a way to turn into a human." Han Fei was a little shocked. No wonder he saw the water fairy and the heavenly crystal in the 100,000 mountains in human form. So that's how it is. Sure enough, the stronger one was, the more means he could master. A venerable could be reborn from a single drop of blood. This method was no less powerful than Little Fatty's resurrection method. The two of them waited here for half an hour. The teleportation array flashed slightly. The venerable bat looked at Han Fei carefully and said leisurely, "Her Majesty said yes." Chapter 1171. Han Fei couldn't help but be a little excited. The Immortal Palace. This was the place that countless strong masters in the Thousand-Star City dreamed of entering, and he had the opportunity to go in just because he crossed the demonic plant channel and came to the Waterwood Heaven. The venerable bat looked at Han Fei. "What's your name?" Han Fei cupped his hands. "Han Fei." The red sparrow tilted her head and looked at Han Fei unkindly. "How can I not revere the venerable?" Han Fei smiled. "I'm on the invincible path. I can be polite, but I really can't bring myself to call the venerable bat master." The venerable bat didn't seem to care. "Go in. It doesn't matter to me, but you need to revere the queen. You can't underestimate a king." Han Fei smiled and nodded. Han Fei walked past the venerable, took a deep breath, and stepped in without hesitation. After Han Fei went in, the red sparrow said, "Master, this person," the venerable bat said lightly, "this person is extraordinary. The real strong have always been proud. Don't take him seriously." In Han Fei's opinion, the 36 immortal palaces were built at the same time, but they were divided and ruled by the strong. Therefore, as long as he saw the Waterwood Immortal Palace, he should be able to know what the Yin Palace looked like. Swish! Han Fei's body rushed forward slightly as if he was pushed forward by a gentle force. He glanced back subconsciously and found no one. It should be the power of the teleportation array itself. The moment Han Fei came in, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The spiritual energy was abnormal. As a spirit gatherer, he could easily feel the abnormal fluctuations of spiritual energy. However, the immortal palace was too abnormal. To put it bluntly, the density of spiritual energy in the tree heaven was higher than that in the yin yang heaven, probably because of the cloud sea divine tree. But it wasn't much higher. There was no such thing as a possibility of it being several times higher. But the moment Han Fei entered the immortal palace, the level 9 spiritual heritage automatically began to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy, and many spiritual energy vortexes appeared around him. Wow, it's at least 10 times more than the outside world. Han Fei was shocked. That was F*King, unbelievable. What kind of concept was this? Even if a person didn't cultivate here, just by breathing here, their strength would increase gradually. Sensing the difference of spiritual energy, Han Fei looked around. Han Fei found that there were all kinds of spiritual herbs and orchards here. He casually looked around and saw a spirit fruit. Information appeared in his eyes. Name: Fruit of Agility. Introduction. It grows in a place with extremely dense spiritual energy. It has the magical effect of improving one's physique, lightening one's body, and increasing one's speed. Level: Heaven. Quality: Low grade. Contained spiritual energy greater than 556,000 points. Effect: Directly consuming it will increase a large amount of spiritual energy and contain a small amount of chaotic energy. It cannot be consumed by those below the law enforcer realm, and it is ineffective for those above the supremacy realm. It can be consumed repeatedly. Han Fei's eyes widened. A heaven-level spiritual fruit could be eaten repeatedly? The water deity had once told him about the agility fruit. She said that it was extremely difficult for this fruit to grow and that its various effects were secondary. Its main effect was that strand of primal chaos energy, which was effective even for supremacies. And Han Fei saw 7 or 8 such spiritual fruits as he glanced around. In addition to this spiritual fruit, there were all kinds of other fruits. For example, Han Fei saw an old ginseng, which was originally above the ground, but it seemed to have sensed Han Fei's arrival and drilled into the ground with a swish. Han Fei looked around, only to find that he was in a super large orchard. At the center of this large orchard, there was a luxuriant tree which was extremely thick. The branches and vines in front of the tree were either twisted into pillars or hanging from the sky. While Han Fei was in a daze, he saw a young girl in a colorful dress stride to him in a few steps. The girl suddenly blinked her eyes and looked at Han Fei curiously. Han Fei couldn't sense any pressure from the girl. She was just like an ordinary person. So he couldn't help but ask tentatively, "Queen, life?" "Pucci." The girl couldn't help but laugh. Then she quickly pursed her lips and said meticulously, "Sir, I'm just the maid of Her Majesty. Sir, please come with me." She came quickly, but she didn't leave quickly. The big tree seemed to be not far away, but when Han Fei really started walking, he found that there was something wrong with this part of the journey. It seemed that there was a spatial law attached to him, and there was a technique that lengthened the walking process. The girl glanced at Han Fei. "Sir, are you from the Yin Yang Heaven?" Han Fei nodded with a smile. "Yes." The girl asked again, "Has the heavenly Dharma eye of the Yin Yang Heaven disappeared?" Han Fei's face suddenly changed slightly, and he looked at the girl. Did she know that the Yin Yang Heaven was now being monitored by the heavenly Dharma eye? The girl said with a smile, "Others may not know, but this is the Waterwood Immortal Palace. Her Majesty knows everything. Jing, don't talk too much. Turn the worlds and near-hand array around." Suddenly, Han Fei heard a particularly gentle voice. The voice was very soft. Just from her voice, Han Fei felt that this life queen should be a very gentle queen. The girl called Jing, or stuck out her tongue slightly and waved her hand gently. Han Fei keenly sensed that the space seemed to have changed. Sure enough, this step took him a long way, and Han Fei keenly sensed that some soil on the roadside was trembling slightly. Hiss! Everything is entering the array? Huh. Jing was slightly surprised. You don't look old, but your attainments in arrays are not shallow. Han Fei immediately sweated. My attainments? Everything can enter the array, and that control is simply inhuman. It's not something that I can draw by myself at all. Not to mention him. Even old Jiang didn't have this ability. This type of formation required an extremely high level of control over the divine soul. When Han Fei walked 1,000 meters away from the big tree, he found that some tree ants were either standing still or gently turning the ground, as if they were growing flowers and protecting the grass. Han Fei's pupils constricted slightly. Corpse puppets? Jing glanced at Han Fei curiously. You know this too? Han Fei smiled lightly. I've met them before. Needless to say, these corpse puppets should be dead tree ants and insects that had been refined into corpse puppets. However, in terms of strength, these corpse puppets were probably at least at the explorer level. This was not what Han Fei felt, but what he saw from the state of their bodies. Jinger said, Ordinary people are not allowed to enter the divine palace. You are the first person to enter the divine palace as a non-venerable. What a lucky guy. Han Fei thought of something. Non-venerables have to enter the divine palace? Does it mean that venerables have the strength to enter the divine palace? Han Fei remained calm and didn't respond. He broke through the vines and the twisted vines and trees and moved to the trunk of the big tree. But when Han Fei reached the trunk, his pupils constricted. Is this still the Cloud Sea Divine Tree? Yes, he could see some clues from a big tree and knew that it was the root of the tree. But the trunk in front of him seemed to be half unearthed. In other words, the Cloud Sea Divine Tree passed through the space crack and grew directly into the Divine Palace. Han Fei was a little shocked. Good heavens, what kind of tree is this? It's a bit too awesome. Jing said, What's there to be surprised about? The Cloud Sea Divine Tree itself is also a king-level creature. Okay, don't be so surprised. Behave when you see the queen. You look a bit. Han Fei! Before Han Fei finished digesting the news, he was hit by Jing Er's words. What's wrong with my looks? My looks, my figure, I'm not bad. But when Han Fei thought of the humans he saw just now, he couldn't help but feel a little discouraged. Are the genes of the humans here all good? Are the offspring especially good-looking? Forget it. Han Fei now knew that the Cloud Sea Divine Tree was also a king-level creature, which was horrifying. In other words, there were two kings in the waterwood sky. This strength was a bit too horrifying. After taking a few more steps and passing through the tree barrier, Han Fei suddenly raised his head, only to see that there was a dense glow in the sky. Vaguely, he could see that there seemed to be a tree palace. It seemed that a particularly elegant and beautiful palace had been built on the branches of the tree. Jing bowed and said, Your Majesty, the guest is here. From above, the extremely gentle voice just now said gently, Okay, come up. Gulp. Han Fei swallowed, and Jing waved her hand in front of his eyes and said, Don't be in a daze. Her Majesty asked you to come up. Don't disrespect her. Who? Han Fei took a deep breath. He was going to meet the king, so he was a little nervous. Under Jing Er's slightly amused expression, Han Fei stepped in the air, trying to balance himself and calm down. With a faint smile on his face, he slowly disappeared into the dense glow. But when Han Fei passed through the glow, he was surprised to find that there was no palace here. This was clearly a quaint open courtyard with a delicate and elegant garden. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a small rising spring, from which gurgling green liquid was gushing out. At that moment, Han Fei sensed endless vitality, and a term naturally popped up in his mind, water of life. And in the corner of the courtyard, a graceful, almost perfect, gentle woman in a green cloud silk dress with her hair casually tossed over her shoulder was facing her back. Gulp! Han Fei swallowed and immediately cupped his hands. Han Fei from the Inyang sky greets the queen.